Hello friends, welcome. Now this is the project we are going to build. So here we have the popular posts based on the rating. We are not logged in, so if I click here, we redirect back to the login page. Now here we have the top communities based on the posts they have. If I click here, we redirect to the /r/Laravel here. So the community Laravel. And here we display the post belong to this community. Also in the sidebar we have the about this community and the description, and down there we have the latest communities. Now if I click here, we go to the /communities/posts and the slug of the posts. Here we display the community and the post. We can upvote or downvote the post. We can comment a post if we are logged in. So let's go and log in. I'm going to log in as a test user. And as you can see here, this post is created by this user, so test user. If I go there, I can see the edit and delete button. But if I go on the home page and let's see, this post is not created by this user. If I go here, I cannot see that edit and delete button because this post is created by another user. Now, if I go to this community, and this community is not created by this user. So if I go to the communities, so this user has created the Laravel and test community, but not the VueJS community. If I go and create a new post for this, and I'm going to say post from test user. And this is the form how we can create the community, the post. We have the title, the URL, and the description. Simple one. And we have post from test user here. We can now edit and delete that post. Also, we can comment here, and we can upvote or downvote. And as you can see, if we upvoted, we change the color of the arrow and also the color of the votes. And if I downvote, the same thing, we change the color and also the color for the votes here. Good. Now I'm going to log out and I'm going to log in with another user, with a second user I have. And let's go here, and we have to this community created by this second user, we have two posts. First VueJS post is created by the second user, and the second is created by test user. We created in this video. Now if I go here, the same thing, we can edit and delete because this post is created by this user. Let's upvote this and let's add a comment. And as you see there, we have votes directly updating here. Now let's go and comment. Very good. If I go back to this VueJS, and as I said, this VueJS is created by this user. And if I open this post created by test user now, as you can see, I have the permission to delete this post. I give a permission because this second user created this community. So the moderator of this community can delete all the posts belong to this community. Okay. Next, let's go and log out, and I'm going to log in with admin user. And the same thing now. For the admin, I have We can upvote or downvote as well. But for the admin user, I give a permission to delete every post in the project. As you can see here, we can delete. It's created by the test user, not by admin. And of course, if I go to this one created by the second user, yeah, we can delete that. So that's it, the project. Here in the posts, when we display the post, in the sidebar, we display the popular posts and so on. I hope you enjoy, and if you like a content like this, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and like videos. It's going to help me to create more content like this. So see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. I have created these notes for our project, Reddit clone with Laravel and Inertia. So for the authentication, we need the user should have the username, and we need to add the email verification. For the subreddit, any user can create subreddits or community, and posts should belong to the subreddit. And also the URL is going to be the /r/ the subreddit Slack. I'm going to add Slack here. For the posts, any user can create posts. Posts belong to the community or the subreddit, and user can add comments to the post, and also a user can upvote or downvote the posts. For the front end, on the navbar, we need the logo, the login and sign up button. We need in the front page, we are going to display the list of posts, and any card of the post can have a subreddit name, a username and the date, the title and the body text, also the comments count and the button to read the post, so the link to go and read the post, and also the voting section, so up and down vote. We are going to have a sidebar, and on the sidebar we need to have a card to create post and subreddit, and also so to have a button and to click and create post or create a subreddit, also a card for list of subreddits. Now I have also created the tables here. So in the user table, we need to add the username, what I said. For the community table migration, we need to add the user ID, name, and I have added also the types here, description and the Slack for the community. For the post table, we need the community ID, user ID, title, URL, Slack, and votes. Here we are going to, when the user is going to upvote this post, we are going to add one, or when the user is going to downvote, we are going to remove one. Also, we have the comment table, which we're going to have the post ID, user ID, and the content of the comment, and also the votes table with post ID, user ID, and the vote. Okay, now in this video, I'm going to create the Laravel project, install the Breeze package, and also create the GitHub repository. So let's go in the laravel.com here, documentation. And if you go to the packages, we have this Breeze package. Okay, I'm going to open my terminal, and I'm going to navigate in my sites directory, and here I'm going to create the project. So let's say Laravel new, and the name is going to be Reddit clone. Okay, I have installed the Laravel installer here. And this project, this tutorial is not going to show you the basics of Laravel or the basics of InertiaJS. I assume you know that. I'm going to show you how we can create something like this Reddit clone with Laravel and Inertia. So now cd in the Reddit clone, okay, and let's install the Laravel Breeze. Paste this one and PHP Artisan Breeze install if you want to install the Breeze for templates, for Blade templates, but I want PHP Artisan Breeze install with Vue because I'm going to use the Inertia. And also you can install the Inertia separately, but I'm going to use the Breeze package, which is very useful for us. And with one command we have Inertia, VueJS, and all of our dependencies we need. So here is the Inertia. Let's pass that command, PHP Artisan Breeze :install, and we need to use Vue. Also you can use the React, but I'm going to use Vue. So we need now to run the npm install and npm run dev. Copy, paste that in, enter, and after that run the npm run dev. Also here is the, if you use the SSR, server-side rendering, okay, let's run the npm run dev now, and because we are using Vite here, is very fast. You can see here is our project, Reddit clone.test and Laravel version 9.21 and the PHP 8.1. Okay, next thing is to create the GitHub repository. Because we created that, installed Breeze, and now we need to create the GitHub repository. Let me open the Chrome beta because here I have the GitHub. Here I'm logged in, and let's create a new repository here. And I'm going to say Reddit clone with Laravel and Inertia. Okay, let's create this one. Let's say git init in our project. So I'm going to close this one, git init, git add all here, and let's add the first commit to our project. Add the branch. Okay, and I'm going to make some changes because I have multiple GitHub accounts. So let's say here Laraveler, and the last one we need to add the git push. Okay, let's refresh now, and here is going to be the project first commit here, and we have done all the tasks for this video. I hope you enjoy, friends, and if you like content like this, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, like the video, and share with your friends. See you in the next one, friends. All the best. Hello, friends. Welcome. In this video, I'm going to work with the authentication, and we're going to create the database, add the username in the user migrations, and also in the user form. So when we register a new user, we need to have the username there. Also add the email verification to the user, and finally we push everything to the GitHub. Okay, so first let's create the database, and I'm going to open my table plus and create a new database. And if I open the VS Code, and I have for a long time this theme, and maybe I'm going to change this to the white light mode because I think it's more nice for the eyes. But anyway, so let's open the .env file, and here by default, because we added the name Reddit clone, the Laravel give it a database name Reddit_clone, and I'm going to use this one, but you can change. So let's copy that and come here and create a new database. Say new one, paste that name, click OK, and let's open. Good. Now we created the database. Let's see, add the username. So to add the username, we need to go in the database migrations, user, or we can create another migration and say add username to the user. But because this is a blank project, I'm going to modify the users table. So here, let's say $table string, and instead of email, I'm going to say username, and I'm going to make the username unique. So save this one, close, and let's go and run now let's open here and run npm, run the PHP artisan migrate. So PHP artisan migrate. Okay, and now we have, because we have the Laravel version 9.21, we have this nice info here. Okay, if I open the table plus and refresh, here it is, the users table, and also has the username. Very good. Let's check it, mark this as add username. Now, when we go to the register page, we need to add that here. So the username. Let's go inside. I'm going to close the terminal and let's go inside the app. HTTP controllers auth controller, and here we have the register user controller, and we see here for the create method is going to return this inertia render. And what I said, you need to know the inertia, how the inertia works, because I'm not going to show you how the inertia works. I'm just going to show you how we can create this project with inertia. Inertia, here we have the inertia render, auth, register. So in the JS, we have this auth folder, and here we have the register page, and there is the form. So let's go inside the resources, JS, pages, and we have this auth folder. Inside this auth folder, we have the register. You can see here the register.view. And by default, we have this const form, use form. We have the name, email, password confirmation, and we have also the terms here for false. Let's add also the username and make this as an empty string. Okay. Next, we need to add also the input, and let me And as you can see here we have the autocomplete for the username. So if I come here, why is that autocomplete username, autocomplete email, not username? And let's copy this and add for the username. So let's copy and paste down there. Instead of email, I'm going to change this to be a username. Okay, just in the value is going to be uppercase U. Username, hit save, and come here and you can see we have this username here. And why it's not looking like... Okay, yeah, because the username type is going to be text, not the username. And save, come here, and now it's okay. Very good. Now here when let's open again the HTTP controllers out controller, because in the register user we have also the store method here, and here we make the validation request validate for the name, and I'm going to copy this and duplicate, change this to be username. It's going to be required string, and the maximum is going to be, let's say, 55. And also I'm going to say and I don't like this style. Let's add an array, and here I'm going to say required. It's going to be string, and also it's going to be maximum of 55, and next is going to be unique to the users. Okay, and after that we need to say user create name, request name, copy this, duplicate, and change to the username here. Okay, let's save it. And the last one, we need to go in the models and add here the username to the protected fileable. So let's say username here, and save this one, close, and go and try now to the browser, refresh just in case, and add test user or test username. I'm going to say add the email test@test.com and add the password here. Register. And now we are logged in. Come here and refresh. See the data. We have name test and the username is test username. Very good. Now let's go and log out and see if the validation works. Register. Okay. I'm going to remove go to the register view and remove this required from here. And let's select all the required we have here. Save, come here and refresh. Okay, now go and register, and we can see now the name field is required, username is required, email and password. Okay, so we added the, we need to add the email validation and push to the GitHub repository, but this I'm going to do in the next video because this takes too much time. So let's add this to the GitHub repository. So in here, or in here, let's open the terminal and say git add all git commit, and I have a alias, so I'm going to say just git commit like this and add the message. So what we did is we just added the username. Okay, and let's say git push now. Okay, that's it about this video, friends. I hope you like, and see you in the next video. All the best. Thank you very much. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with email verification. I'm going to add also the mail trap. I'm going to use the mail trap for this. And I'm going to create models and migrations. So first let's add the mail trap configuration to our .env file. So let's open the .env file, and here we have the mail configuration. Let's go now in the mail trap, and if you go and select here in the dropdown the Laravel, here we have all the credentials, and don't use mine because I'm going to change. So let's copy this and let's go in the .env and change this with what we have from the mailtrap.io. And now we are ready to go. Save this, close. So we add the mailtrap.io. Now let's add the email verification to our project. If you go to the Laravel documentation for the email verification, so in the security we have this email verification, and you can see how we can implement that. First we need to go to the user model and add the implements must verify the email. So let's open the user model, and here, as you can see, by default is here, but we don't have. So let's uncomment this, and let's say here implements must verify email. Save this one, and with that, now because we have installed the Laravel Breeze, we have everything ready for us. Okay, so if you go in the routes auth.php, and here we have the verify email route, the verify email ID and hash, the email verification notification. So let's go and try now. I'm going to delete the users we have here. So refresh. We have only one. So let's save, delete that. And let's test now. So go and register a new user, and I'm going to say test user name, test email, and add the password here. Let's click register. And as you can see, it takes some time because sent the email and thanks for signing up before getting started. could you verify the email address? So by clicking here, and if I go back, go to the dashboard here, we redirected to this verify email. Okay, now let's go here. Let's click the verification email, so verify email address, click OK. And now we are ready to the dashboard. So let's close that and come here. Do the same what we did before. Go to the home, click to the dashboard, and we are there. So we did add the email configuration, and now let's create the models and migrations for our project. If I go to the courses and let's open this Reddit clone. And what we need the community, post, comment, and votes table. So let's create first the community. I'm going to close this one and clear this up. And let's say now PHP artisan make model -m for migration, and let's give it the name subreddit or community. I'm going to say community. You can name what you want, but I'm going to name it community. Okay. And let's do the same for the post. Okay, let's do the same for the comment. Very good. And the last one is going to be the votes table. And I'm going to say post vote table. Very good. Everything is okay. Now if I open my VS Code and let's go inside the resources, database, migrations. Here we have the community. Now let's go and see what we need in the community table. We need the user ID, the name, and the description, also the Slack. So let's add here $sign table, and this is going to be, user ID is going to be the origin ID. So let's say origin ID for the user ID constraint. Okay, next is going to be the name description, $sign table string for the name, and the name is going to be unique for the community. Okay, next one, description text, so $sign table text for the description, and we need the Slack. So $sign table for the Slack, we need to say string Slack, and also it's going to be unique. And that's it. Save, close this one. We added all for the community table. Now let's add for the post table. We need the community ID and the user ID. So let's open the post table and let's add the $sign table origin ID for the user ID, and it's going to be constraint also. Let's copy and duplicate that and change the user to be community. Okay, next, what we need the title, URL, Slack, and we need soft deletes. So let's say $table string for the title, $table string. Now for the Slack and for the URL, I'm going to use string. So let's say Slack here, and the Slack is going to be unique. $table string for the URL. And also in the post, we need the description. So I forget to add that. Description. And let's move it up here. So we add the Slack URL. Let's add the description, $table text description. And we need to add the soft deletes, $table soft deletes. Save, close this one. Next is the comment table. We need the post ID, user ID, and the content. So $table origin ID for the user ID, and it's going to be constraint. $table origin ID for the post ID, and it's going to be constraint. And we need the content, which is going to be text. So $table text, and this is going to be the content. Save, close, and the last one. Okay, so what we need here, we need the post ID, user ID, and the vote, which is going to be the small integer. So let's add $table for the origin ID, user ID, and the same $table origin ID for the post ID. The last one, small integer for the vote. And let's save, let's close, and let's run the PHP artisan migrate. And we have all the tables. So communities, posts, comments, and post votes. Let's open the table plus, refresh, and yeah, here it is. Comments, communities, posts, and post votes. Okay friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy, and if you like a content like this, don't forget to subscribe and like the video. See you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome. So in this video I'm going to prepare our project for the first. I'm going to add the fillable fields to all of our models. Then I'm going to create the controller for the community, create the request for the community, and also create the route resource for the community. And the last one, I'm going to add the error input to the form. So in the register form, right now we display all the errors here, and that's okay if you like, but I don't like that. I want to display the error down there for the specific input. So for the name, I'm going to display the error here, and the same for the email and for the password. Okay, and the last one, we need to push the changes to the GitHub. Very good. So let's start with add fillable fields to the model. And I'm going to use the PHP Storm for now. And let's open the models, and let's open first the comment model. I'm going to open also the table plus to see the fields we have for the specific model. So Reddit clone, click open and go to the comments. So we need the user ID, post ID, and the content. So let's come here and say protected $fillable, which is going to be an array with user ID, post ID, and the content. Okay, close this one. Next is going to be the community. So let's go and open communities. We need the user ID, name, description, Slack. So here, protected fillable, which is going to be an array with user ID, name, description, and the Slack. Name, description, and the Slack. Okay, close this one, open post, and the same thing for the post. Let's go here and see. Here we need user ID, community ID, title, Slack, URL, and the description. So come here, protected, fillable, add user ID, community ID, title, Slack, description, URL. Okay, so user ID, community ID, title, Slack, URL, and the description. Close this one. And now the last one is the post vote. So let's go here and we need the user ID, post ID, and the vote. So protected fillable is going to be user ID, post ID, and the vote. Okay, save. It's automatically save here. Okay, now we added that. Let's create the community controller and community request. Let's go here and I'm going to open the terminal and say PHP artisan make controller, and I'm going to say backend community controller. You can just say community controller, is no problem, but I like to do like this. And let's say -- resource. Okay, controller created successfully. Let's create the request. PHP artisan make request community story request. Okay, good. Next one, we need to create the route. So let's open the routes web route. And let's remove this one here. Now we have this route for the dashboard. So when we go to the dashboard and we have added the middleware auth and verified, and because we need to add this middleware also to the all of our communities or the posts and so on, I'm going to create a route group. So let's create here a route group and add middleware and let's add the auth and verify it here. Okay. Create a closure. Very good. Now remove this one, this middleware from here, and let's copy. Let's paste that in here. Okay, next let's create our resource route for the communities. So route resource / communities. And here let's add the community controller class. Okay. And I think we have imported that community controller. It's not in here. And why is that? Import class. And yeah, now it's correct because we have the backend. Very good. Let's close this one. So we add the rows. Now let's add error inputs to the form. So what I said in here. And for that, we need to go inside the resources, JS, pages, auth page, and in the register, here we have the form, and here we have the templates. And we have by default these breeze validation errors, but I want to display the separate input errors. So for that, if you go to the components, because we have installed the Laravel Breeze with Inertia, we have some components here by default, and is the application logo, button, checkbox, dropdown, and so on. And also we have this input error, and is with a Tailwind CSS designed. So here we need to add a message as a prop, and it's going to show this div if we have that message. If not, it's not going to show anything. So for that, I'm going to import that and I'm going to just copy this and duplicate it. And instead of breeze input, I'm going to say breeze error input. And also here, let's say input error. Input error. Very good, like this. Now we need to use that. But before that, we need to have the errors. And if you go inside the Inertia, InertiaJS.com, and we have the validation here and displaying errors. So we need to get the errors as a prop. We need to define the props errors as an object, and then we say if we have the errors for email, display the errors email here, as you can see. Okay. here we say if errors.email and display errors.email. The same thing we are going to do for our project. So let's come here and in the template, let's remove now or let's leave it as it is, and we are going to remove after. So also let's remove this required for now. And after this breeze input, I'm going to say breeze input error or error input. What is breeze error input? Yeah. And I don't like this one. Maybe change this to be breeze input error, like this. Okay, and here now what I said, we need to add the message as a prop. So let's say colon message, and what we need to say here, we need to say errors, but we don't have the errors. So in the script here, I'm going to say define props. Okay. And errors is going to be an object. So the same we have here. And now we have the errors. And let's say in the breeze error input message is going to say we are in the, for the name, we are going to say if the errors name, and let's close this, and the same for the email, password, and username. Okay, now if I just say register here without filling any fields, now we have the errors here, but also the errors what I said under the input. And I'm going to remove them here and leave only this one. Now this is up to you, so you can do what you like. Let's come up here and remove these breeze validation errors and refresh again. Go and say register. Now we have only the input errors. Okay, so we have up this one, and now let's say let's push this to the GitHub. I'm going to close this and just say git add, git commit, and say prepare project and git push. Okay, that's it for this video, friends. I hope you enjoy, and if you like, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and like the video. Thank you very much, and see you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to create a community and push them to the GitHub. So for that, if you go to the roads, web road, and here we have the group of road we have this road resource for communities. So in the community controller, we have the create method. Now here I'm going to say return, and because we are using Inertia, let's say Inertia render, and we need to render the component. And for now we don't have, so that's how we are going to create and render the component, and the component is going to be inside the resources.js pages here. I'm going to create component here, a view component inside the communities directory, and let's say create view. And now I'm going to say here return that page. So communities / create. Okay. Now what we need here, let's remove this export. I'm going to use script setup, and let's remove the styles. For now, if I just navigate in here and say communities / create, we see we have a blank page because we don't have anything here. So if I just add h1, create, save, and now we have create here. And you see how good it is because we using Vite now. We don't need to reload or do anything. Okay. Now in here, I'm going to use the Breeze package components. So here we have the layouts, Guest layout and the authenticated layout. And because we are authenticated, I'm going to use the authenticated layout. If we go inside the pages and dashboard, here we can see we have this Breeze authenticated layout, and I'm going to do the same thing. So let's import this one, go to the create view inside the setup, paste that in, and now let's copy what we have inside the templates and paste it here. Now instead of dashboard, I'm going to say create a community here, the title, and in the header also the same thing, create community. Now here we are going to add the form. So let's leave it for now as it is. And if I see, yeah, we have the layout and we have this create community here. Now we need only the form. If I open the communities table, we need the user ID is going to be auth ID. So we need the name, description, and the slug. And for the slug, I'm going to install the package to auto generate the slug. But for now, let's add manually. So if you go in the create auth register view, and I'm going to copy this form here, just because to save some time, because we have, if you go in the components, we have some components here and we added them in this form. So I'm going to use the components. Also, we can add the Tailwind CSS forms, but just to save some time, and I think I don't have copied, so let's copy again and paste it here. Now here we need the Breeze label, Breeze input, error, okay, so we need to import them, and I'm going to use this Breeze button also. And let's remove this because we don't use anymore. And we need also the head and use form for our project. So let's copy from here and paste it in our setup script. So down there. Okay, let's remove this Breeze Quest layout because we have the Breeze authenticated layout, and we don't need the link. Here we need the use form and the head the head is because we added the title. And now, if you go here, let's create this const form. And the same thing if you go to the InertiaJS and see forms, we have this form helper. You can create the form like this, reactive, and add one by one. But if you go to this form helper, which is very useful, you create this const form, use form, and then just say on submit prevent form post and the URL. You add the URL here. Okay. So let's do the same thing for our project. Let's use this use form and copy that. Okay, go to the create, and I'm going to separate little bit this one and paste now. For our project, what we need, I said, we need the name, description, and the slug. So name, description, and slug. Let's remove these two, and let's come up here. So create community, form, submit. We don't have this, so we need to create that. And we added the name, also the error for the name. Okay. Next, we need the description. And for the description, we need the text area. But let's stick with the input for now, and let's say here description. Okay. Let's copy that and paste it in here, also in here and in here. Description. Okay, and now the same for the slug, but let me remove the others. Okay, remove also this link here and leave it only the button. And here we have the disabled form processing. So when this form is processing, it's going to disable the button. So we don't hit again that button unless this process is finished. Okay, so let's add the slug also. And I'm going to copy this one, duplicate it. So copy, duplicate because it's going to be the same, and change the name to be slug. Okay. Also slug here. And now let's create this submit form. Method. So copy that. Go to the script and paste that in. Now the route is going to be not register, but it's going to be communities / store, not slash, sorry, dot store. Okay. And on finish, you can add any option, but I'm going to just remove for now the options and just say form post community store for now. Go to the browser and refresh. Now here it is the form. It's not looking very nice because we need the card. So if I come here, what is missing from the form? The guest layout and the form. Anyway, let's go and in the create, let's cut this, add a div with class max with md. Okay, bg slate 100, margin 2 and padding 2. Okay, and we need to add the mx auto here. And let's close this div and paste that form inside. And yeah, now we have something like this, but maybe change this bg to be white. Yeah. And let's add padding to be 6. Okay, now it's more okay. Now we have the name, the slug, and the description. When we hit that, now first, if I say register, we have an error because we don't show anything in the store. Let me change first that register to be store. Okay, and now let's go to the community controller inside the store method. Here we have, instead of this request, we have the request we created. So community store request, $request, and we are going to say community model create and add $request validated. And then let's return to the road. We don't have anything inside the communities .index, but there we need to return. So let's do that. And let's try now. Let's go first to the community store request and change this authorized to be true. And the rules, add the rules here. So we need to add the rule for the name, which is going to be, let's add required. And also it's going to be unique to the communities. Let's copy and duplicate this because it's going to be the same for the slug. And now the description, let's say just required and minimum of 5. Okay, refresh. Let's say store and the name field is required and the slug field is required, but for the description, why we don't have that description? Okay, go in the create and here we need to say description, not username. Okay, and autocomplete. Yeah, now we have the out of focus from here, remove, and refresh. Now, yeah, now we have the focus in the name. And let's try and register a new community. So I'm going to say Laravel, also here Laravel, and description Laravel community. Let's say store. Okay, we need to add the user ID. So let's go in the community controller, and here when we say create and add the request validated, also we need to add the user ID, which is going to be auth ID. Last one, Laravel, and say here Laravel community, store. Now if I come here and go to the data, we have the community. We are not redirecting to the route community index because here in the index we're not showing anything. So let's just say here return OK, and go and try and create one more. So let's say VueJS, and say VueJS community store, and now we have this OK. So what we return from the index method. Okay friends, that's it about this video, how we can store the community in our database, create the community, feed validation, and now we need to push to the GitHub or code. So say git add, git commit, and say create community. Okay, and say now git push. Very good. Okay friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy, and if you like, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and like the video. See you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to display the communities here. So right now we just say OK here, string OK, but we need to display the communities. For that I have created this Tailwind CSS behind the scenes, the Tailwind CSS table, and the button here. Okay, now the first thing, so let's add the link. So let's go to the dashboard, and I'm going to add the link here to go to the communities. So for that we need to go inside the resources, JS, layouts, authenticated view, and here we have the navigation links. And this is the dashboard. So let's copy this one and paste down there. Now, as you can see here, we have the same thing as in the Laravel. We have the route because the InertiaJS is used in the Ziggy package. So let's change the route now to be the communities.index. And say here communities go, and now we have communities here. But if I click, we just say OK, because in the controller, if I open the community controller, we in the index method we return OK, and now we need to return the page here. So let's go and create inside the pages. We have the communities directory here, and let's save this page as index. Okay, now we have the head, which is going to be all communities, the same thing down there. Sorry. So let's copy this and paste it here. And let's close the form because we don't need a form. And say here is going to be the table. Now let's go to the communities. Oh yeah, I forgot to return that view. So in the index, let's get first all the communities, and I'm going to say $communities is going to be with import the community model all for now. And if you go to the InertiaJS, you can see here we have the demo app, and you can go to the source code on GitHub, which is this one. And in the controller, contacts controller, here's how we can add transform the data. So this is working with throw and add the ID, the name, or if you don't want, don't add the ID. Another way is to create the resources. The same we use for the API. We can just create a resource and use that in here. But for now, I'm going to say community all, and let's say now inertia render that page we created. So inside the communities, we have the index page, and I'm going to say the same we use for the Laravel, so compact and communities. Okay. Now in the index, here we have the table, and we have imported some components. We don't need them. We don't need the use form, but we need the link here. Also remove this use form and this submit. Very good. Now let's go to this one. I'm going to select all, copy, and don't worry, I'm going to push to the GitHub so you can go and get the title CSS table there. Okay, copy that, and inside the index here, when I added the table, I'm going to paste that code in. Let's go in the browser and refresh now. Go to the communities, and here we have the table and this button. And right now, just hard coded Laravel here. So how we can display that? We need first, we added here the community, so we need to accept. And as you can see, we have this define props for errors. Instead of errors, I'm going to say define props for the communities. Okay, now we have the communities we added from the controller. And let's go up here in this and say v4 community in communities, add the key, which is going to be the community ID, community.id, and here instead of hard-coded Laravel, we need to display the name, so it's going to be the community.name. Okay, the same down there, community.slug. And I think we're okay for now. Let's go and refresh. Yeah, now we have the Laravel and VueJS, slug Laravel and VueJS. Okay, now let's add the link here to go to and create a new community. So let's up here, when we have a button on click, we need to go to there, but we can use the inertia link. So we imported the inertia link here, and we can say instead of this button, we can say just link. Okay, with this class, we'll go and create the community, but we need also to add the href here. Okay, so refresh. And if you go in the inertia links here, so we need to import the link, and we can use link, add the href. Also, we say method post, and as a button, it's going to type button. Now, if you like this, okay. If you don't like, no problem. Okay, now I'm going to remove this type button here and say href to go to the communities / create. Now, if I come here and refresh, of course, if I click, we go to the create, and if I click to the communities, we go back. And now that's it's okay, but we can also add here bind this href and say route communities dot create and refresh, and we go back. Now, what you like, I think this is more okay. Communities, create new community. Let's say now Livewire. Community and store. We redirect back. We have this Livewire here. Okay, so now we added the link, we displayed the communities, and now let's push to the GitHub because everything is okay. So let's say git add a git commit and say display all communities and git push. Okay friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy. If you like, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and like the video. All the best and see you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to edit the community. We need to add the link here. Also I'm going to install the Slack package, add edit link, edit the community and push to GitHub. I'm going to install this package, Eloquent Sluggable. So let's go down. Let's copy this command here. Go to the VS Code and paste that in. Hit enter, and next thing we need to add use Sluggable and add this method to the model. So let's copy that and close now the terminal, open the community model, and let's say use also Sluggable. Okay, and paste that method. Now the source is coming from the name here. Okay, save this one, and because we are here, let's also add the same in the post. So let's say right here Sluggable and paste that method. And here is coming from the title, the source. Save, close this one. And now we don't need, when we create, we don't need this field Sluggable because it's going to generate automatically based on the name. Okay, so let's open the resources, JS, pages, community, create page, and let's remove the slug. Okay. Save this one. And now we install the package. We need to add the edit link. So inside the index in the communities index, in the table, we have this link here for the edit. And instead of anchor tag, we need to use the Inertia link. So let's say here, link like this, and the href is going to be dynamic, and paste here the route, which is going to be communities dot edit, and we need to add here the community ID. Yeah, like this, and let's remove this because it's auto completed. And okay, if I save and go to the browser, go to the communities, go to this edit link. Right now we don't have that. So let's open the community controller. Okay. And in the edit, let's remove this one and say community $community. And here we need to return the page. So I'm going to save this create page as an edit page. So let's save this as edit. And now in the community controller here, I'm going to say return Inertia render. Or we can use this one, but I'm going to use this Inertia render and say communities / edit. And we need to add the compact. We need to add the community here. Very good. If I save, go to this one, and yeah. But here we need now the name and description to be present here. So in the edit view, what we can do here in the define props, if I say here community like this, it's going to be an object. Okay, that's it. Is coming from the community controller. We added here and we accept it in the define props. It's okay. I want now to fill this name to be the same as the community here. And if I say right now like this, it's not going to work. So let's say, just to show you, community dot name. If I save and come here and we have an error, inspect elements, and it's going to say community is not defined. Okay, so if you go in to the VueJS and define props and define emits, we can see the define props and define emits are compiler macros only usable inside the script setup. So we need to create some const props and use them as a prop here. So let's say, if I say now const props like this, okay, and now instead of just community, I'm going to say props.community, props.community. If I save, go to the browser and refresh, now we have Laravel here. Everything works correctly. And instead of this, let's remove everything, say just props.community here, save, and now we have also the name and the description. Very good. Now, when we submit, we say form post, but we need to say form put, and the route is going to be communities update. Okay, and we need params here, so let's say props.community.id. Okay, and I think we are okay now. If I save and let's see, name Laravel updated, say store, and we don't have nothing logic here in the update. What we are going to update, we are going to update only the name and the description. And if I open the community store request, also here we need to remove this one, and we have the name and the description, so that's okay. We are going to use this community store request also in the update. So instead of the default request, I'm going to say community store request. Okay, and here let's say instead of this ID, I'm going to say also community, not comment, $community, and say here $community update the request validated. If I save, and also we need to return to the route communities index, like this. Save it, come here and refresh again, just in case, and say Laravel updated, like this. Say store, we need to change that. We can see is Laravel updated. Okay, now let's change this to be update. So in the index, edit, sorry. Let's go to the form. And we have store here. Let's say update. Click save, refresh, and we have update. Let's go back, remove this, click update. Okay. Now we added an edit link, we edit the community. Let's push to the GitHub. Come here, cancel. Let's add git add here, git commit community updated, and let's say git push, and everything okay. Hope you enjoy, friends, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with the delete the community, and also I'm going to show the notification when we delete, when we create, and when we edit the community. And then show the flash message and git push. Okay. Let's go to the InertiaJS. If you go to InertiaJS shared data here, and we can see we have the flash message, and we need to go inside the handler inertia request and add the flash message. Okay, so let's copy this one and let's go to our VS Code and open the handle inertia requests. And here by default we have the auth is sharing the user. So if I come here and go to the inspect elements, as you can see here we have app component welcome props errors, and we have the auth prop which is user null. Okay, request user, but if I say auth user here, and save, refresh, now you can see here auth is user which has the ID 2 and name and so on. So let's cut back and let's add the flash message. So we added flash here and the message, and this is going to come from the session get message. So if I save this one, and next what we need to do is to display that. If we have flash message display in this, we need to add this message inside of our layout, site layout. So for that I have prepared this Tailwind style here for the notification or for banner. So let's copy that and let's go inside our layout. So resources, views, JS layouts and authenticated view, and I'm going to display that in here. Now if I save and let's go and see, yeah, here it is. But I want to show this based on that if we have a flash message. So for that, let's just copy this, navigate here and say display this div if we have $sign page props flash message. So flash message, what we added here, flash dot message. So if I save this one and let's go back and refresh again, now we no longer see that. And also let's display here, instead of this hard-coded, let's display the message. And also this we have here, how we can display that. So let's just copy this and paste it here, and the same in here. Save. Now how we can display that? Let's go inside of app controller, backend and community controller. When we store new and return to the route index, let's say return with message, and the message is going to say community created successfully. Save it. Let's go and test now. Let's go here. Let's remove add a new community, and if I refresh, just in case, let's say test store. Okay, yeah. And now we have the community created successfully. Okay. Now let's also work with the delete community. So I'm going to add also this flash message in when we update. Okay, and here we need to say updated successfully. And now here we have the destroy method. Instead of this one, I'm going to say community $community, and let's delete that. So $community delete, and we need to return not to the root community index, but return back with message. Okay. Save. So when we go to this route, destroy, we delete that community and return back, because I'm going to display here the button, and when we click, we delete this community. Okay. So for that, let's open the index page. Inside the pages, communities, we have the index view. We have a table and we have a link to edit. Let's copy this link and duplicate it. And instead of why we have that, so let's remove again. Let's copy this link and duplicate it. I'm going to remove this span here. Okay, and the same here, and instead of edit, I'm going to say delete. Now we need to change also the text to be red 600. Okay, let's save it. And yeah, we have something like this, but let's add also to this one. I'm going to add margin right 3. And yeah, now it's more nice. When we click, we go to the edit, but instead of going to edit, we need to delete. And instead of saying links ref, I'm going to use this as a button. So if you go to the InertiaJS and go to the links, you can see now we can use links also as a button. You can see here links ref, and method is going to be post as button and type button. If I copy this, and instead of saying method post, I'm going to say method delete. So let's copy that. Come here and let's say down there method delete as a button, type button, hit save, and instead of route communities edit, we need to say communities destroy, save it, go to the browser, refresh, and we have the delete here. If I click now, you see we have community. Oh, we need to change that because we have community updated successfully, but as you can see, we no longer have that last one. And let's go and change inside the HTTP controllers, backend, community controller, delete, say community deleted successfully, save it and refresh. Now let's create first one. I'm going to say test description, click store. Yeah, community created successfully. Let's update this one. Test updated, click update. Community updated successfully. We have the update here. And as you can see here, the Slack is not updated because that package we have installed is not updating by default, it's turning off. So Laravel Slackable and was not from Spotty, but this one. And also you can use this Spotty package, but as you can see here, we have this on update and by default is null. Now, if you want, you can change the on update option to true in the. So let's go up here, installation. Yeah, now if I copy this command and let's go here, open the terminal and paste that command in, hit enter. Okay, we have the config Slackable now, and let's go and change that config Slackable and source, max length, and so on. Separator, where is the updated on update? Let's change this to true. Hit save. Okay, come here, refresh, and let's update again this one. Just to see, we are going to update also the Slack. Okay, let's update it again. And as you can see now, we updated the Slack. Now, if you like, if you don't like, go and change back to the false. Okay, now let's delete this. So if I click here, community deleted successfully, and we no longer have that one. Okay, friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy, and if you like, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and like this video. And see you in the next one. All the best. Hello, friends, welcome. In this video, I'm going to add pagination here. And also we need to transform the data we sent to the index, because if I open now, inspect elements, go to the view, inertia, and we have props here. Let's go to the communities, and we can see we have 6 objects, and we have all the data the community has. We have the created ad description and all of them. And I don't want to send all the data here because we don't need, so we need only the name, Slack, and the ID, because we are going to add the ID in here in the links, and that's it. We don't need the description, created ad, updated ad, and so on. So for that we can use in the controller, let's open the community controller. In the index here, we just say right now, we just say all. We can create the resource and manipulate the data there, or we can say here, let's say paginate first, paginate by 5, and now let's manipulate throw, and here create a function, create get the data sign community, and let's add the ID, what I said, which is going to be community ID, the name, okay, and last thing is going to be not description but the Slack. Okay, if I save, and let's go and see now what we have. First, we are going to have an error because in the index, if I go now inside the resources, JS, pages, communities index view, we make a v4 community in communities, but we need to say now in communities dot data because we make a paginate. If I save now, yeah, now we have only 5 items here. And let's, why I don't see that view here. Okay, let's close this. Yeah, now it's here. So in the Inertia props, again, communities, we have now communities as an object. And here we have the data, which are the 5 items. And we have the current page. We have the first page URL and so on. And we have the links here. And we are going to make a v4 links here. And the first link, active is false, the label is previous, and the URL is null. Now, so because we are here, the URL is null. If we navigate in the page number 2, because right now we have object, active, label, and the URL. So let's copy this URL here and change from 1 to 2, but let's go to the 1, stick 1 again. We can see in the props, communities, links, the first one is null. If I go change this to 2, now that is going to be links again. First, yeah, now we have the link of the first page. And now the last one has the URL null. Now what I'm going to say, if I go here and after the table, let's say a div with class margin 2 and padding 2, and say here is going to be the pagination. Let's save. Yeah, it's going to be the pagination, and let's go back to the first one. Yeah. Okay, now to make a pagination, we can say here add the link, and I think we have a link here. Yeah, we have a link, so let's link like this and make v4 communities dot links. Okay, we say in the view what I said in the index, we have communities and we have data of communities and also the links of communities. And we say v4 links here, and we have the label and the URL. So v4 community links, add the key, which is going to be community.id. Okay, now the href is going to be, we need to say here, sorry for that, we need to say community in communities.links. Okay, and the href is going to be community.link or .url. And here let's display the label, so community dot label. Save, come here, and as you can see we have the previous 1, 2, next. And if I click the second one, we go back first one, and that is okay, but we need the design that, and I'm going to create a component for that so we can use in other resources. So let's go inside the components here, and I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to name it Pagination. Okay, pagination.vue. And here let's add a view default. We don't need the style here. Also, I'm going to use the setup script here, and inside the template, I'm going to add a div with a class flex. And now what I want if we are in the first page, so this is navigating us to the first page, but we are here. So I want to hide this and don't make this clickable if we are in the first page. So if the first link has the URL null, we don't need to show that or don't make clickable. And also the same thing if we are in the last one, I don't want to be the next with URL. So right now has the so let's go again to communities, last one, 3. This is going to be null now, as you can see. Okay, I don't want now the next to be clickable, and also make some design here. So what I'm going to say, div with a div flex, and I'm going to add another div here. First, let's get the link. So I'm going to import the link from the Inertia Vue 3, and also we need to define the props. And say links is going to be an array. Okay. Here, let's add a div first. And in this div, I'm going to check if the link has that URL null. So we can say, let's add a template first. Template, and make v4 here. v4. And I'm going to say link and also the key in the links. Okay. Add the key here because we need the key. Let's add the key, which is going to be key. Yeah. And let's close now. Now we have the link, single link. We make a loop here. I'm going to add a div, and here I'm going to check if the link has the URL null. We are going to hide, or we are going to make not clickable the previous or the next if we are in the last one. So here I'm going to say v if the link dot URL is triple equal to the null, and v HTML add the link dot label here. Let's close now this div. So if the link URL is null, we are going to display here, and this is not, it's not going to be clickable because it's not linked. Otherwise, we can say link here and add v-else, because we make v4 v-if here. Here we say v-else. So if it is not null, we are going to make this link. And now here we are going to bind the href, which is going to be route, or not route, we're going to be link.url, and also add the vhtml to be the link label. We need to add some classes, but let's save for now. And if I go in the index, instead of something like this, I'm going to add that component we need to import first. So let's come here and say import pagination from components / pagination. And come here and say pagination add, we need in here now, we need the links to work. So we say links is going to be the communities. Okay, so we are going to add these links, those links here. So inside the communities, we have links. So communities.links. Okay, close that one and save. And why we have two pagination here, so let's just add one. And as you can see, now we are in the page 2. And we have only one. Refresh again. I don't see nothing here. And maybe we need to add, go to the first one. We need to add some styles. So let's go to the pagination first, and in the div here, let's add with a class with margin bottom to be 1, margin right on 1 again, px4 and py3. The text for this is going to be gray. Let's make this gray 400. And I'm going to say also text to be small. Let's say leading to be for border to be rounded. Let's say border rounded. Okay, if I save and now let's see. Yeah, we have that thing here. Okay. And we need to say label here, not like this. The same thing in here. Label, save. And yeah, now we have previous here, and you can see now the previous is not clickable, and just we can see that is previous, and the next is clickable. Now the next is not clickable, and the previous is. Let's add some classes now, because the pagination component works perfectly. So in the link now, let's add the classes here. Add class, and let's just copy what we have here instead. Now we don't need to make this text gray 400, because if we have something like this. I don't want, let's make a text gray 900. Yeah, now it's more okay. Also on hover, we need to change the look here. So let's say around that, and I'm going to say on hover, it's going to be BG white. And also I'm going to say on focus. So when we hover it, I'm going to make text indigo to be 500. And also let's say focus the border to be indigo 500. If I save and let's come here and refresh. Okay, yeah. But we are in the page 1 and we don't show here in which page we are. So if we have many pages, I want to show if we are in this page, this is going to be active. So if I inspect the elements and go to the view again, index, communities, links. Now we are in the page 1. So the active is true. The page 2 active is false. Now if this active is true, I'm going to change the class here. So let's say here bind class first. And this is going to autocomplete, but instead of this, I'm going to change and say here BG indigo and make this 300. Now this is going to be indigo if not form processing, but if the link is active. Okay, so here we have make v4 link in the community links. Now if this link is active is true, is going to make that. So let's save and let's see if it's going to work. Yeah, as you can see now, this is working and now this is working. Okay, friends. So we transform the data, we create the pagination, and we need to push to the GitHub. So let's open the terminal and let's say clear for now. And I'm going to say git add, git commit, and I'm going to say adding pagination for now, and git push. Okay, everything works perfectly. Go to the page 1, and also if I redirect, yeah. And the next and the previous works perfectly. Very good, friends. I hope you enjoy, and if you like a content like this, don't forget to subscribe and like the video. It's going to help me to create more video in the future. Thank you very much and see you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to create the URL to go to show the subreddit or the community, and the URL is /r and / the community Slack. Okay, so in this case, for example, if I go to the dashboard here and communities, so we have this Laravel community and the Slack is Laravel. And if we need to show that, we need to go to the /r/Laravel. Okay, we need to create that. And then when we go here, I'm going to display all the posts this Laravel community has. And also we need to create a button to go and create a new post for this community. Because if you go to the Reddit, is something similar. So we have this button here. And when we click create a post, we need first to choose a community. And when you see the URL here, when we select the community, we navigate here. So /r/community name or Slack and submit. So instead of creating this button and show the form and create that and select that one, I'm going to just to do the simple one. Navigate first to the community and select the community, and then have a button to go and create new post. Okay, so first let's go. I'm going to create a separate controller for the front end, because here is going to be the front end, and here we are in the back end because we are in the dashboard. And maybe I'm going to change also this route here. So let's go first to the routes, web route, and I'm going to say here /dashboard/communities, but it's not necessary because we are not going to have communities in the front end. We are going to have the /r, but for me that's okay. So now we have 404, but if I go in the dashboard /communities, and why we have dashboard, yeah, my mistake here, my typo, and the refresh, yeah, now we are in the dashboard communities, and I'm going to create a new one for a new controller for the front end. So let's go here, or we can use the terminal because I want to zoom it just to see you more clearly. Let's clear this up and let's say artisan make controller front end /community controller, or we can say subreddit controller. Okay, now in here in the web routes, let's create that community, and we don't need to be inside the middleware because we can navigate in the community and see the post also if we are not logged in. So let's create new route here, route get, okay, /r/ the Slack, and then use that subreddit controller, and the method is going to be show. Now let's also give it the name to be subreddit.show, and let's save it. Now let's go in the subreddit controller and create that show method. function first, create a function. With the name show, and here we need the slug from the community. And we need the slug here, not null by default. We need the slug, and we need to say here $sign subreddit is going to be with community, where the slug is the slug we have here, and give it the first one. Okay, and now we need to return the view. We need to create that view first, so let's go inside the resources, JS, pages, and here we have the communities, but I want to create the front end. For the front end, so I'm going to create a new folder here, and I'm going to name it subreddit. Subreddits. Okay, and here create the new file, and I'm going to name it show.view. Now in this, let's add the view template, script, and style. And for the style, I'm going to use Tailwind, so I don't need here. Also the export, I'm going to use the script setup. And let's say here, for now, just say h1 with our subreddit show page. Okay, now if I save, and in the subreddit controller, now let's return that. So let's return inertia render that subreddits / show page. Okay, so this one, subreddits show page. And I'm going to add the compact and say community, subreddit, like this. Hit save, and if I navigate now in the /r/Laravel, oh yeah, we need to run the, because I terminate this. So npm run dev and refresh. And yeah, now we are in the subreddit show page here. And let's say, because we added the subreddit inside the show, we need to define here as a prop. So let's say define props. And we expect the subreddit. So let's say here subreddit, and the subreddit is going to be an object. Let's save this, and here I'm going to say subreddit and give it the name. So I'm going to say subreddit.name, save, and refresh. And why we don't have that, so let's go to the console. What we have: reading name, cannot read properties of undefined. Yeah, it's my mistake here, subreddit. And yeah, now we have the subreddit with name Laravel show page. Okay. Yeah. And also the same thing if we go in the subreddit VueJS, I think we have. Yeah, subreddit VueJS show page. Very good, friends. That's it about this video. I hope you enjoy, and the last thing, let's do the same as we did in the previous video. Say git add and also git commit. I'm going to say show the subreddit page, and let's say git push. Okay, friends, that's it. I hope you enjoy, and if you like, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and share with your friends. And I see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So in this video I'm going to create the layout for the front end, so the guest layout when we are not logged in. And I'm going to create a button to navigate, so when we are in the /r/community, I'm going to create a button to show if we are logged in users. And when we click, we navigate to the /community/create a post. Also create a controller, route, and a request for the post, to create a post. So first let's create the layout. And what I'm going to do, so let's go inside the resources, JS, layouts. We have guest layout here and the authentication. I'm going to copy what we have here, select all, copy and paste in this one. Just we need to remove some, I'm going to remove this flash message from here. As the guest layout, we are not going to have that one. Also, we have this div, and this one I'm going to remove for the settings. Okay. And here we have the hamburger menu. And also here we have this response settings. I'm going to remove as well. We have the header and we have the slot. Very good. Let's save now. And I want to also change the name here in the pages. We have communities, we have subreddits, and communities here are on the backend. We use in the backend. Subreddits we use for the front end, but I'm going to create a new folder. So inside the pages, create new folder, and I'm going to say front end. And here create again a new folder for communities. And there I'm going to paste this one, move it. And this subreddit I'm going to delete. Okay, I don't want to have communities for the backend and subreddit for the front end, because we have two names for the same model. Okay, so if we are also in the here in the controllers, we have backend, community, and front end subreddit. Two different names for the same thing. So I want to make this clearly. Here we are going to work with community. So let's change the name here as well. Rename to be community controller. And we need to rename here. Also, let's rename this to be community. And here. Now, here instead of subreddits, we need to render the front-end communities show. Okay. Save. And here now we're not expecting a subreddit, but community. So let's select this and say community here. Save. And I'm going to say community here for now because we are going to change that. And let's refresh. Subreddit controller does not exist because we need to change the route, web route. Instead of subreddit controller, we need to say community controller from the front end. And let's save it and let's remove this one because we don't have now. Refresh. Okay. Now, where is the problem? Go to the console and yeah. We need to say here communities. Very good. Now if I navigate into /Laravel, yeah. Let's go in the show view and here I'm going to add the Guest layout now. So let's import, down there, import Guest layout from /layouts/Guest view. And now let's wrap that with Guest layout, cut and paste it inside, save, come here. Yeah, now we have the dashboard and the communities. In here now, when we navigate to the communities, I don't want to show this one because it's protected. I want to show all the communities we have in the database. Okay, but for now, let's leave it as it is. And if we navigate in the /r/Laravel, okay, I want to make this in the center. So let's go again in the guest.view. We have this page heading and this mine, I'm going to say add a class with max with the B7 XL and MX auto. Yeah, now we are here. Let's add also margin top to be 6 and yeah, now we are okay. Now let's add a button to create the post if we are logged in as if we are authenticated. So create a layout and create a button. Okay. So in the show here, I'm going to add a div with class flex justify and okay, and let's say margin 2 and padding 2, and here I'm going to add that button. So and then I'm going to say not button, I'm going to say link with a href to be route, and we need to create that route, but for now let's leave it as it is. Let's just say something like this. Okay, And let's add a class with px 3 py 4 and let's say rounded bg, let's say indigo 500. And I'm going to say create post. Let's save it. And why we don't have, we need to import the link from the view inertia. So let's say import link from the inertia view 3. And now we have this create post here. Very good. Now I want to hide this if the user is not logged in. We are not logged in right now. So for that, what we can do, we can check if we have a user. So because in the share inertia, we have the user. If I go in the view inertia, we have props and we have auth user is null. We can check if the auth user is null, hide, and if it's not null, show. Or other way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside the middleware and handle an inertia request. Here, when we have this auth user, I'm going to add one more, and I'm going to say is login, or what we can say here. Let's say is login, and this is going to be with auth check. Okay, if the auth is login, so we can auth check, or also we can say here auth check like this. Yeah, I think it's more okay. So save now, and in the show view here, when we display the link, I'm going to say if we need to get the auth user auth check. Okay, the shared inertia, so $page dot props auth user, but auth and what we name it, auth check. So let's copy this and paste it here. If I save and let's go, we don't see now. You can see here. And if let's navigate and go and log in. Okay, let's log in here. Very good. Let's go now in /r/Laravel. And now, as you can see, we have this create post. Okay, we protected the button. Now let's create the controller, the route, and the request for the post. So I'm going to open the terminal and I'm going to say PHP artisan make controller and this is going to be the backend controller. I'm going to say community post controller. Also, I'm going to create the request. So PHP artisan make request, and I'm going to say store post request. Very good. We create the controller, the request. We need to create the route now. So let's go inside the routes, web route, and this route is going to be inside the auth verified. So we need to be logged in and also verified if we need to create a new post. And here we can say, I'm going to copy this and paste it here and say communities.posts and what we named the controller, community post controller, community post controller, like this. If I save, and let's open the terminal and see now the route list. So artisan route list, I'm going to hide that one. And now, as you can see, we have dashboard communities, community, and also dashboard communities, community, and posts for the get, post for the post. And as you can see here, the controller is community post controller, and the route is communities.posts.store. This we need to use for the form, and this we need for the page. So now inside the view, in the link, we can say route communities.posts.create. And we need the community here. Okay, and we have the community, so we can say community.slack. If I save and let's go here, refresh, everything okay. Now if I click here, we don't have the create method in the post controller, but the route is working. Okay, friends, that's it about this video. And the last one, what we need to push to the GitHub as always, just to have everything correct. So let's say git add, git commit, create layout, I'm going to say, and let's say git push. Very good, friends, everything okay. Now let's see you in the next video. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. So in this video I'm going to create a form for post and also store a new post for the specific community. But before that, I'm going to change the post migration because I have make mistake. I have leave it not communities but my posts. Now this URL I want to be nullable, and also I'm going to say for the description to be nullable, so we can create a post only with title. Okay, and let's save it, and we need now to run the artisan migrate fresh. And because we make the migration fresh, we need to create a new user. So let's register user And we have something like this because we changed the Guest layout. So let's go inside the resources, JS, pages, auth, register view. And here I'm going to add some classes with max width to be MD, MX auto. I'm going to say BG white. I'm going to add also the shadow here. And maybe rounded MD and padding to B6. Save, and we have something like this now. Let's create a new user, test user, test username, test email, and add the password, register, and we are going to send the email verification, so we need to verify the email. Here I have the mail trap, verify that email, and now if I come here and refresh, yeah. Now let's create also the community because we don't have. Let's say Laravel, and let's type something here, and we have the community. Now inside the /r/Laravel, we have this create post. Why we don't have that style? So inside the VueJS, the JS pages, front end, show page, we need to say BG indigo and rounded. We have added rounded, so on hover to be BG indigo 300 and text to be white. Okay, and now we are okay. Good. Okay, now let's go inside the app HTTP controllers backend community post controller and create the method. Create method, and here we accept the community $community. We need to import that one, so import the community. And if we go again back, so inside the show, here we added the Slack, as you can see. And inside the models now, we need to go to the community model and use the Slack as a root key. So let's say function get root key name and return the Slack. And because we are here, let's create also the relationship between community and the post. So public function with name post, let's return $this has many post class. Okay, and now we are okay to use the Slack as a root key name. So inside the show, when we use here, we are okay. Good. Here now we need to return the create page, but we don't have that. So inside the communities, we're going to create a new folder, name it posts, and there a new file, create.view. Okay, now if I return that file, so in here I'm going to say return inertia render communities posts/create. Okay, and let's add also the community. Save, refresh, go and create, and now we navigate dashboard, communities, Laravel posts create. Okay. Now in here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy what we have in the create community, select all, copy, and paste it here. If I save, yeah, we have the create community, but we need to modify that. We need the title, the Slack, the title, the URL, and the description for the posts. And also we need to change this here. So first create post for, and I'm going to display the community name here. Okay. And if I refresh, we need to expect the community here. So we added the community in the Inertia render command compact community. So we need to say here define props community dot as an object. Why is not object like this? Save and refresh. And now, yeah, create post for Laravel. Okay, let's change now the breeze label for the title. And this one is going to be title as well. Next one, we have the description, very good. And we need the URL. So let's copy this one and use as URL. Say breeze URL title, and this is going to be URL, and maybe type URL as well. Save, come here. Now we have title, URL, and description, and we need to say here class margin top to 4 because it's not the first one, and we don't need autofocus here. Okay, yeah, now it's okay. Next one, we need to change the script. We have a community here. We need this is going to be title, description, and the URL. Now form post route communities post.store, and we need here to add the community .slug, but it's not going to work, so we need to say const props is going to be with define props, and here we need to say props.community slug, like this. Save, and let's go in the community post controller and create the store method here. Say store, and here I'm going to use the store post request as the request, and we need the community $sign community. We need to import that, and let's go and add the validation rules here. Change this to true and say here what we need. We need to validate the title, which is going to be required, and let's say also minimum of 5. Okay, next one is going to be the URL, which is not going to be required. It's going to be URL also, but not required. So we need to say here nullable. Okay, next one, we need the description. Nullable, and description is going to be also minimum of 10. Let's save. Close this one now, and here what I'm going to do, I'm going to say $sign community post relation create, and what we need in the posts, let's go here. We need the user ID, title, slug. Now the slug is going to autocomplete. We need the title, user ID, URL, and description. So create, add an array, and for the user ID, we need to say auth ID. Like this. For the title, let's say $request title. For the URL, request URL, and description. Okay, and now we need to return a redirect back to that community show. But if we go here in the routes, web route, we add the route resource for the community, which are inside the dashboard, but we need to return to this one. And also we need to change this to be maybe frontend dot communities dot show. And here we need the slug. So let's save that, and let's say here return, and we need to use the redirect facade, redirect illuminate support facades, redirect route, and watch route frontend dot communities dot show, and add here the $sign community slug, community slug, like this. Save. Let's go and test this one. So let's say first post, going to add this one URL store. Yeah, the validation you can see is working. Click store, and we are redirected back to this one. So /r/Laravel. Okay, let's come here and refresh. We have that post with community ID 1. And if I go here and create a new community, let's say VueJS store, and now let's navigate /r/VueJS and create a new post for this one. So I'm going to say VueJS post, type this one, and let's say store now. Okay, come here, refresh again, and as you can see, community ID now is 2, and title, slug, URL, and description. Okay, this is how it's going to work, and it's redirecting back to this /r/URL. Okay, so I changed also the name here because I don't want to have subreddit in here and communities down there. So I make only communities. Okay friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to display the post belongs to this community or to Laravel. So when we go to this one, display the post belongs to this community. And if you go here in the Reddit, we can see we have also the header here to display the name of the community and then the list of posts, and we have also the sidebar here. Now in this video I'm going to display the posts and add pagination and push to the GitHub. For the card I have prepared this one, which is similar to the project I show you in the first video what we are going to build. So we have the upvote, downvote is going to be here, the community name posted by the username, and the title, the description, the comments count, and the button to read more. Now you can design how you want, but I just stick to the project I show you in the first video. Okay, so first I'm going to create a component in our project with this card. So let's copy that and let's go inside our project, and I'm going to close one by one first. And in the components, I'm going to create new file and I'm going to name it post card.view. And here let's add the view and paste that. Okay. Next, we need to display the name here. So in the where is the show? So here we use Guest layout, and inside the Guest layout, so let's close now the Guest view. We also have the header, as you can see, and we can use that to display we have the header slot. We can use that to display the subreddit or community name, something like this. So let's go to the dashboard and I'm going to copy the example here and paste it in the show page. So here is the Quest layout, and let's do something like this. And instead of dashboard, let's say, let's go again. So I'm going to say r/ and the community name. So r/ community dot name. So we have the community here, define props object. And if I save and let's go, and yeah, now we have the community name here. Very good. Now let's go in the community controller, and here we need to get all the posts belong to this community, and we can say $post b $community posts and paginate by 12, for example, like this. And if I add it here, save, come here and refresh, go to the inspect elements, and go to the view, and in the show we have community and we have posts here, with data and the links. And if I open the data, we have community ID, created at, deleted at, description, and all of the post information. But we don't need all of them. So here we need the title, the username, which is going to come because we have relationship in the post. We have this user ID. And I'm going to get the username by a relationship. And also you can see we have title, description, and the slug, and maybe the ID just when we make a v4, add the ID as a key. So that only the ID, username, the title, slug, and the description. So we don't need the community ID, we don't need the deleted at, created at, updated at, and so on, the URL or user ID. Okay, for that now we can do the same thing we have done in the backend community controller. So as you can see, we make something like this. Let's copy that and go here and paste that in. Now instead of community, we can say post and okay, here post, so ID, title, which is going to be post title as well. Here is going to be description, and here description. And what I said, we need the username, which is going to be not post username, but we need the relationship. So let's go inside the models and let's create the relationship method here. So function post and say return $this has many post class. Save, close this one, go now inside the post, and here we need to do the same thing. So function user return $this belong to the user class. Save, close this one. And now here we can say $post user username. Okay, ID, title, description, username, and the slug. And I think we are okay. Now if I save and come here and refresh, go to the inspect element, view, show, and let's also go in the show, in the define props. Let's get the post and here, as you can see, post is going to be as an post is reactive. It's going to be as an object. Refresh again, and we have community and we have post, and inside the post we have the data, we have links, and that's okay. Or we can do because we have here So because we have here this example, I'm going to create another example here. So I'm going to create the post resource and use it there. So let's go here and say artisan make a resource, and I'm going to name community post resource, and let's run again the npm run dev. And now inside the resources we have the commit post resource, and what we need to display here, an array with the OR fields we need to display, which are inside this one. So let's copy, paste it. Just instead of a post, we need to change the be this ID, this ID, title, this title, description, username, and Slack. And now instead of something like this, we can say community post resource collection and add the community post paginate. So cut this and paste it here and remove the other. Now what you like, so it's going to be the same thing. Come here and refresh. So we have posts and we have the data, which is an array. We have links and we have the meta here. Meta, now in the meta we have links which we are going to use for the pagination. Okay, so let's go here and we have a post. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this div, cut here and paste it inside here. And after that, let's create a section with a class to be margin 2 and padding 2. And now we need to import that component we created, so the postcard component, and say postcard, and immediately we import it here, and say now v4 post in not posts but in the posts. Where is the post? Yeah, here. Not post, because in the post we don't have post, we have data, links, and meta, but in the post data we have the posts. So we need to say post in post dot data and add the key, which is going to be post dot id, and let's close it for now. Save, and as you can see, here is going to be the post. Now we need here to get the post, and let me remove this one, also the style, add the setup, and say define props, which is going to be post single post as an object. Save it, and then let's just, for now, I'm going to display the title in here, the title of the post, so we can say post dot title, save it, and in the show in here we can say post is going to be equal to the post. If I save, and you can see now we have first post displayed here. We can add also now the description. So post dot description, very well. Here is going to be the username. So let's say post dot user name, and here is going to be the we need also the community here. So community, and we need only the community name. So let's say community name like this. Next, what we need, that's it. So let's go, let's save, let's go in the show and add also the community, which is going to be community.name. And here in the postcard, instead of community, we say just community, not community name. And down there, we need to get that community. So community is not object, but is a string. And community name. Yeah. In the show, we say community. We need to bind that. And now we have the community name here, posted by test user. And we have a title description. I think we are okay now. Okay, friends, this is about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello, friends, welcome. So in the previous video, we displayed the list of posts, and I have created 2 more posts behind the scenes just to show you. Here we need to add some margin, and I have installed the Laravel debug bar. You can see now in the queries, we have 6 queries, and we have here select all from users where user ID is equal to 1 and limit 1, because inside the resources here, community post resource, we make this username. So if I comment this and refresh, yeah, now we have only 3 queries, but we can show that and say save this, close, and go inside the front-end community controller. Here, when we say community posts paginate by paginate 12, we can say community posts with a relationship, and we have user relationship, so we can say with user. And now if I save and let's go here, instead of 6, we have 4. And if we create more, also it's going to remain 4. So we can create one more. First, we need to log in. And as you can see here, we have this similar to the register page because we changed the layout, the guest layout. So let's fix this one as well. Set the auth in the register, not here, but inside the JS pages auth page. Let's see what we added in the form. We added this class, so let's copy that. And let's do the same thing in the login view. So where is the form? Here. Add that class, save. And now we have, okay. Let's go and log in. Good. Now, if we go back to /r/Laravel, we have this create post because we are logged in. And also we need to fix this one. So go inside the pages, frontend community show here, instead of py4, I'm going to say py2, and I'm going to cut this, paste it here. It's going to be flex and justify between. Okay, if I save, yeah, I think now it's more okay. Now let's go and create a new post for this community. So we have 3. Let's go and create new one. New post. And let's say store. We are redirected back to this community and now we have 4. Good. Now let's add some margin here. So let's go inside the components, post card. And we added here P6. I'm going to add also a margin top to be 4. Save, and yeah, now we are okay. Now in the Reddit also we have this sidebar, so I'm going to add the same thing. In the show, where we have a section, I'm going to say flex and flex row. This is going to be if we are in the MD and up. So flex row, and here let's cut this and let's add a div and let's paste that one. And after that, I'm going to add another div, which is going to be the sidebar. Save. Okay, now this one is going to be class of width. Okay, this one is going to be class width to be 4 by 12, like this. And I think we are okay. Now here let's add also another div to be class margin 2 and padding 2. And let's say h2 latest communities. Okay. Maybe add also here bg to be slate 500 and text to be white. Yeah, something like this. Padding of 4. Save, and yeah, I think now we are okay. And down there we are going to display all the latest communities, but not in this video. The last one I want to show you is the pagination, because we don't have now pagination. So let's go here. Instead of paginate 12, I'm going to say paginate 3. And if I save and refresh, we have only 3, but we don't see the pagination. So inside the show view, after the postcard, I'm going to say add a div with class margin top to be 4 and maybe padding 2 here, and I'm going to add the pagination. So let's say pagination, and what we need in the pagination, only the links. Yeah. In the show view, we can say now links, and links are going to come from the post meta links. Okay, so show, we have community, we have posts. In the post we have data, links, and meta. We don't use links here, but we use the meta links, which are an array with 4 objects right now. So let's say links is going to be post dot meta dot links. Okay, like this. Save, come here, and let's close this one. And as you can see, we have now the pagination working. Okay, now the last one is the push to the GitHub. So let's say git add, git commit, and I'm going to say display posts with pagination and git push. Okay, friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy, and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to add a link here. When we click, we navigate to the /r/ the Slack of the community, and /post and the name or the Slack of the post, and go and display the post. If you go here to the Reddit, you can see we have /comments, and this is a modal. So if I click, as you can see, we can close, unclick outside, and unclose this button. But we are going to create a page to navigate /posts and /the post Slack. Okay, now let's for that we need to create a link to the postcard, create a front-end post controller, create the route, and display the post and push to the GitHub. Okay, so I'm going to create the controller first. Artisan make controller, and I'm going to create the controller inside the front end / and I'm going to name it post controller. Okay, let's go here, and now inside the routes, let's create the route. I'm going to create the route here, and let's say route get /r/the slug, but here is going to be the community slug because we need also the post slug. So let's say here community slug here and /posts/ the post slug. And we can use the post controller. Okay, post controller class. The method is going to be show, and the name is going to be frontend post.show, like this. Okay. Here, let's add also the communities, frontend communities post show. Good. Now we need the community slug and the post slug here. Let's go and create the show method. So create a public function show. And now here we need the community slug. Okay. And also the post slug. And if I say just die and dump, + community slug, and also the slug, and save, we need first to add that link. So inside the resources.js components, we have the postcard component, and where is the link? Here is the button. The anchor tag, we need to use the link from the Inertia. So let's import the link first. So import link from InertiaJS, Inertia Vue 3. Okay, and here we need to add the route. Which is going to be this route name. So let's copy that and paste it here. And we need to add now the community slug and also the post slug. So here when we have this community, we added the string, we added the name. If I go here inside the pages, frontend show, we added the name. Let's add the slug here. And now we can say community. And it's going to be an array community, and also the post dot Slack. Now if I save and let's go and see the project, refresh. Now we need to run the npm run dev. Okay, now if I click here, yeah, we are /r/Laravel posts and first post. And we say Laravel and the first post Slack. Very good. Now in the post controller, instead of that, we need to display the post, but let's create first inside the pages front end. We have communities, but in the front end, let's create a new folder for the posts. And inside there, a new file, show.view. Now I'm going to copy what we have in this one. Select all, copy, and paste it in this show view. And here, when we have a post card, it's going to be the post details. So let's say post details here. And I'm going to add just for now a h1, which is going to be the post.name, the title, post title. We don't need pagination here. And here is going to be the sidebar. Now, what we need here, we need the community and the post. Okay, save. Now in the post controller, we are going to return that view. First, let's get the post. The assign post is going to be with post where the slug is going to be this slug, and give it the first one. Okay, we need to import the post. Also that get the community, the same thing. So sign community is going to be community where slug is $, community slug. And now let's return inertia render frontend /posts/show. Let's add community and also the post. Save. In the show here we get define props to the community in the post, and let's see now what we get. In here, refresh, click read more, and we navigate to the Laravel posts first post. Here we have the community, create post, and the h1 first post title. And this here is going to be the details. Okay. Now, if you like this, okay. If you don't like, you can remove. So we can just go in the show and we need to remove this template from here. And yeah, we'll display only the post details here and the community, last communities, and what we want in the sidebar. Okay, friends, so that's it about this video. So we added a link, we created the post controller, at the road, we display the post, and we need to push to the GitHub. So let's say git add, git commit, display post. We need to create and git push. We need to design this. to be something like this, but in the next videos. Okay, friends, that's it about one, and see you in the next one. Hello, friends, welcome. In this video, I'm going to design the post show, and I'm going to add the edit and delete link to the post show and push to the GitHub. Okay, so first, if I go here in the reddit.com, we can see we need to display the subreddit URL here, or name, and the posted by username. We need the title here and the description if we have. And down there is going to be the comments, but right now we need only the title, the username, posted by username, and also the subreddit and the description. Also the URL, if we have the URL. And we have also the sidebar here. Now let's go in the resources, JS, pages, front-end, posts, and show page. Here is going to be the design. Now first I'm going to do is say here in the section flex, and by default I'm going to say flex call. Okay, and I'm going to add by default width full. So if we are in the smartphone and if we are in the MD and app, I'm going to get only the width of 8 by 12. The same thing in the second div. So MD and app take 4 by 12. Otherwise width is going to be full. So we are going to get all the width. Okay. Now if I save and come here, I go to the inspect and select. Yeah, now we have all of our width here. Good. Next, let's design the post. What we need the community name and also the URL. So in this one, let's add a div with a class of margin 2 and padding 2. And here inside I'm going to say hedge 2, give it a class with a font semi-bold. Okay, text is going to be 2XL and text black. Okay. And here I'm going to display r/ and the community name. If I save and come here, yeah, it is, but I want this to be BG white. Okay, yeah, like this. Now we need also here, when we hover it, to be clickable. So let's, not here, but right here, add a link. And we need to import the link from the Vue 3, or we have here. We have the link, so let's say link with href to be route communities.show, and we need the community.slack here. Okay. And let's move now this up here. Save. And yeah, we go, not a community show, but we need to say front end. So let's go in the routes, web route, we have this front-end communities show, not because this is the backend. So let's say frontend.communities.show. And now if I refresh again, if I click here, we go to this one, and read more, we go back. Okay. Okay, now let's display the title, the username, and the description. So here we have the title, and let me add also one more div here to be class margin 2 and padding 2, and bg white as well here, and close that div. Very good. Now here in the h1, let's add a class with font semi-bold, text black, but not 2XL, but 3XL here. And if I save, I go to the browser, yeah, it is the title, but we need up here the username. As you can see, we need the username here. So let's add a span with class font or text small, because it's small text here, and text is going to be slate 400. And if I say posted by username here, save, yeah, here it is, posted by username, like this. Let's add a paragraph here for the description. So paragraph with class text to be small, or let's leave it, just say text slate 700. Okay, and display here the post description. Yeah, here it is now, the post description. What we need also the URL, and I'm going to add an anchor tag here with class to be font semi-bold, text is going to be blue 500, and maybe text small. Okay, let's display the post.url, and if I save, yeah, here it is. We need to add the anchor tag, to add the href here, and I'm going to bind to the post.url. If I save, and yeah, okay, we can add also on hover to be text blue 300. Save, refresh, and yeah, if I hover it, it's okay. Next, what we need, and down there is going to be the comment, but for now we are okay because we don't have any other. So we added the title, the URL, description, and we need the username because I hard-coded the username here. But if I come here and go to the inspect element, let's remove this for now, or if I leave it, yeah, we are okay. So if I go in the view, we can see we don't have the username inside the post. We have post, we have title, we have the user ID, but not the username. And we need the username. Okay, now here, what we can do, we can say post with user, but we don't need all the user object, we need only the username. We can use the inside the app, HTTP resources, we have this community post resource. We can use this and we can add here the URL because we need the URL and say this URL. Or we can create a new post resource only for the show post. Okay. And this is going to be the community post resource. And the second is going to be only the post show resource. So it's up to you. I'm going to create a new one. So let's remove this and let's, okay, and here I'm going to say artisan make resource post show resource. Okay, and run the npm run dev again. Let's go in the Visual Studio Code, and now in the resources we have also the post resource. So let's copy what we have inside here because it's going to be almost the same. We need only to add the URL here. So add also the URL and hit save. Now in the post controller, let's cut this and say new post show resource and paste that in. And if I save, now it's going to break, or so if I refresh, yeah, we have only the post by username because in the post, now we have the data. And inside the data, we have the description, ID, slug, title, the URL, and the username you can see here. Okay, so what we can do, go to the show, and in the username, let's display the post.data.username like this, and select all the posts we have here and say post.data like this, save, and yeah, now we have also the username and all of the details. Just when we have the username here, let's cut this and paste it here. And this is going to be text small slate 400. Instead, in the span, I'm going to say text slate 700 to be more, yeah, just to separate from the posted by here. Here we have the same, but I don't like that. So you can do what you want. Okay, friends. So if I go again back to the Laravel and select this one, for example, yeah. Okay, now let's add the link here to edit and delete the post. What we have. So we designed that one, and you can play with design, but this is just the example. Now we need to add a link to edit and delete the post. So inside the roads, web roads, we have this road resource community post controller, which are for the backend, and we can edit and delete that. So we can use this one. Now where we can add the edit and delete buttons. I'm going to add up here. So in this div, when we have this username and the post, I'm going to cut and say div with the class flex and flex code, very good, and paste that in. Now if I save it, go back, yeah, it's the same, just add here margin left a bit 2. Yeah, okay. Now after that, I'm going to add also a div, and inside this div, we need to add the link to go to the road. So href road communities dot post dot edit, and we need the community Slack, also not like this, community Slack, and also the post Slack dot Slack. Okay, so here we need to say post dot data. I forgot to add that. Data dot Slack. Save, and now yeah, we have this edit here. But what we can do, we can say flex call. In the MD is going to be flex row, and we need to add the justify between, and let's wrap this one with one div, cut, paste that in, another one with this div. Now here's the edit, and we can add also the delete. So let's copy and duplicate that. This is going to be for the delete. If I save, yeah, we have that delete here. Now let's add some classes. So for the edit, I'm going to add a class to be font semi-bold, text is going to be blue 500, on hover is going to be text blue 700, and let's copy this and paste it in here. Just change from blue to red. Save, and yeah, also let's add here margin left to be 2. Yeah, and I think we are okay now. Okay, in the next video we are going to work with the edit and delete. This is going to be a link as a button. We are not going to go anywhere, just click here and delete this and go back to the /Laravel. Okay, so see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video we are going to protect the links we have. So if I go here, right now we have the edit and delete, and if I click, we need to log in. So we need to show if the user is authenticated, and also if the user who is authenticated is the same as the user ID in the post. So if that user on this post. Okay. So let's go, and I'm going to change something here in the design. So let's go in the resources, JS, pages, front end, posts and show page. And let me add here margin top to be 2. Okay. And maybe add margin. Yeah. And also I'm going to change the links here. So I'm going to say font semi-bold. I'm going to add the BG to be blue 500. On hover is going to be BG blue 700. It's going to be rounded. And rounded MD. Text is going to be white. And if I save, yeah, we need also to add PX4 and PY2. Something like this, the same for the second one. So let's copy that, paste to the delete. We need just to change the okay, so we need to change the blue to be red, and we are okay. And maybe add to this one margin right to be 2. Yeah, and now we have edit and delete. Very good. Also here I'm going to add some styles. So I'm going to cut them and add in a div to be with class padding of 2. Paste them. If I save, we are okay. Just add here. I'm going to add also me white 2. Yeah, I think it's looking more nice now. Okay, now let's protect this. First, we need to protect if the user is logged in. So check if the user is logged in. If I go here in this div, when we added the link, we can say v if, and in our app HTTP middleware we have the handler inertia request, and we added this auth check. So we can say if we can check with that one for the user if the user is authenticated or not. So we can say $page probe auth, and here we can say auth check. If I save and let's go, now we don't see. If I go and log in here, and we can log in with a test user, and let's go now to the /r/Laravel, go to this one. Yeah, now we can see. Good, but I want also to protect if this user is the same as the user ID in the post. So for that, what we can do, we can go inside the resources and the post show resource when we created that in the previous video. Here I'm going to add the owner, and this owner is going to be, here we are going to check if the auth ID, if the auth ID is the same as this user ID, but not like this, like this. If that is true, we're going to say true, otherwise false. And if I save and let's go and inspect the elements here, we don't have the view in here. So let's open the Chrome beta, and here I have the Vue extension. So let's go to the Reddit clone, Okay, /r/Laravel, and let's go here. We see that. Now if I inspect the elements and go to the view, go to the show, and we have the post. Inside the post we have the data and the owner is true. If I go and log out, and I'm going to log in with another user I created behind the scenes. So I name it second mail test and add the password. Now this is not the owner, the same as the post ID. Now if I go in the /r/Laravel, go to this one, and we see that. Now if I go in the show and check based on this owner, okay, here we can say also and post.data.owner. So now this is going to return true if this is true. Otherwise, it's going to return false. And now if this is false, it's going to hide that. If I save, and you can see we don't see that. Okay, now let's go back and log in with test user. And navigate /r/Laravel. First post, now we can see that. Okay. So we protect the links. Let's go and work with edit, because if I click here, we don't have the edit method in the community post controller. So let's go and create that. Inside the controllers, backend community post controller, let's create the function public function edit, and here we need the community $community, and we need to return the inertia render. So let's say return inertia render communities post edit, but we don't have that. Also we need here the post $post, and why it's not auto completed. Okay, and let's add here the post like this. Now we don't have this. Let's go and create the edit page inside the pages. We have communities, posts, and let's save this create page as edit. Okay, now here we have the community. Also we need the post. So let's say post be an object. Good. Also here now we can say the title is going to be auto completed with the post title. So we can say props dot post and add the question mark here dot title. The same thing for the description. Props dot post dot description, and the URL the same thing. Props dot post dot URL. Now if I save, and let's see what we have. Refresh here. Go to the edit, and not found. And if I go in the models, post model, now we need to do the same thing we have done in the community. So add the get route key name. So copy that and paste in the post. Save, refresh again, and let's go and edit. And now we have that, because we have the posts and the slug here, not the ID. For that, we had 404 not found. And we can see we have the title and so on. Now let's go and update the post. So we need to say here function update. Here we are going to use the store post request because it's going to be the same. So store post request community and the post. We get all of them and we can say here $post update, and we are going to update only the request validated. Okay, and we need to return to the front end communities show like this. And let's see how it's going to work. Let's go back, refresh again just in case. And first post, let's say updated. We need to change this, but if I click here and the first post is not updated. So we say here update the request validated. And let me check here what we have. We have the title, URL, and description. Yeah, sorry friends. In the edit, we need to change the here, not post store, but post update. And we need the props community slug here, and also the props post slug. Now if I save and go and try again, go and edit this, update it again, go and store, and the method, yeah, my mistake, form put. Let's also save this one. And now it's updated. Go back, remove that one. And why we need to go in this post show. So let me just change this. Instead of communities, we need to say posts.show, and here we need to say community slug and also the post slug, $post slug, because we need to go in the post show. So let's remove that, go back. Yeah, we are here. Now let's change this store to be update. So in the edit view here, we need to say update. Okay, refresh. We have update. So let's add one more time to be updated. And let's remove and say here google.com just to see. And we update and we have google.com and updated here. Good. Also, if I remove this and say update, we have the title field is required. Very good. Go back and now let's work with delete. If you go now to the InertiaJS.com, we need to do the same thing we have done with the communities. Okay, so we need to use the links as a button. So method post as button and type button, and we can use the method to be delete. Now if I go inside the pages, communities, index, and we have the link here to delete. So link with root and as method delete. So let's do the same thing. Method delete as a button and type button. And let's go in the show view where we have that link to delete, and let's paste them. So method delete as a button and type button. Now the href is going to be communities posts and destroy. Okay, let's go in community post controller and create the destroy method. Function destroy. We need the community and the post here, and let's say $ post delete like this, and then we need to redirect in the communities show because we deleted that post. Okay, close this, close, and let's go and see now how it's going to work. Refresh. If I click delete this, yeah, we are in the second post. Okay friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy. So let's mark them as edit post and delete post. Now let's go and push to the GitHub. As always, say git add, git commit, edit and delete post. And say git push. Okay friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with a user. So in the previous video we worked with post and we show and hide the buttons, the edit and delete buttons. We show them only if the user is logged in and also if the user is the owner of the post. Okay. Now if I go to dashboard, and in this video I'm going to remove this dashboard from here. So remove the dashboard because right now we just show that you're logged in, and leave only the communities. But as you can see, I'm logged in as second user, and with this second user, we don't have any communities belong to this or post. But if I go to the communities, we have only all the communities here. We are going to fix that, remove the dashboard, and when the user is going to log in, it's going to redirect to the communities. And also remove the dashboard from here and from the logo here. Next, if we go to the front end, so /r/Laravel, I'm going to add that user name here, and on the dropdown, I'm going to add a link to go to the communities. Okay, so let's get started with the work. So first, let's remove the dashboard. And we need to open the layouts, Guest layout. And here, let's first in the logo, I'm going to go to the communities index. So let's copy here and paste it. And let's remove this link from here. Okay. Now we are in the Guest. And also let's add communities index, and let's say here communities. This is for responsive navigation. Save. Let's go to the authenticated and do the same thing here. Now we have this flex in the logo. We need to go to the communities index, but here in the quest we don't need to go in the communities index where we are. We have the logo, and first we don't need also the link here. On the logo we need to go to the welcome, or we can say just go to the home page like this, and so /r/Laravel, and when we click here we go to the, yeah, good. Let's go now to the dashboard and remove the dashboard. So in the authenticated, remove that one, remove this, leave only the communities. Here we have the logout, we have the hamburger, and we have the responsive. And also here is going to be communities index, and let's say communities here. Okay, now if I save and refresh, yeah, we have only the communities. Here we go to the communities, and if I come here, yeah, now as you can see, if I go here, we have this dashboard. So let's remove that. So open the web routes, and first I'm going to remove this route we don't need, and next let's remove the dashboard from here. And just say communities. Yeah. Okay. And we redirect the community. Now let's hide the communities because it's not belonging to this user. So let's open the, let's open the community controller. And here we can say where the user ID in the communities is the same as the authenticated user ID. So auth ID. Save, come here and refresh, and we don't have any communities because if I log out and log in as also when we log in, we need to, as I said, go to the communities, not to the dashboard. Because right now, if I log in, we have 404 not found because the dashboard is not found. So let's go inside the controllers. We have this auth folder, and authenticated session handles the login. So here we say return a redirect to the intended route service provider home, and let's go and change this from dashboard to be communities like this. Save, and now if I log in again, let's refresh. Yeah, we are redirected back. Also, if I log out and log in again as a test user, we are redirected to the communities. Very good. So let's close this one and also this one. Now, what I said, if I go to the front end, I want to display that user here. So let's go again to the authenticated, and here we have the hamburger. Let's close for now. And we have this settings. This settings is coming after the biz nav link here. And here we have only the logo. So the logo is here. We don't have the link for communities. So if I close this, the flags, after the flags we have this one. So let's copy this and paste it after these flags. And if I refresh now, we have that user and we have this logout. But in the content, let's copy this. We are in the quest layout, okay. Before the logout, I'm going to add one more and say route to go to the communities.index. And we don't need as a button and method post. We just need as a link and say here, not logout, but say communities. And if I save and come here and refresh, we have communities here. If I click the communities, we navigate there. Very good. So this is what I want to do. So remove the dashboard, display the user, okay. Add the user settings to the front end. And also here we are in the communities. If I click the edit, right now we have 404 not found because in the previous video we added in the community model, we added the route key name slug. And now if I open the index inside the pages communities index here, we have added the community ID, but we need to say community slug. And the same thing here. Now if I save and let's come here and refresh, go to the edit. Let's see if we can update that. And we have 404 not found. And why is that? Let's open now the edit view here. And yeah, props community, not ID, but slug. Save and refresh. Do the same thing, update it, click update, and we redirected back. Very good. And we updated that. We remove the dashboard, display the user communities, and add user settings to the front end. And now let's push to the GitHub. So let's go here and say git add, git commit, and say remove dashboard, and let's say git push. Okay. So that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to display the login and register route on the quest layout if we are not logged in, fix the community frontend show page, and add show link to the communities table, and then push to the GitHub. Okay, so first let's add the login and register route on the GUES layout inside the resources, JS layouts, GUES layout, and here when we have the drop down, first if I navigate now in our /r/VueJS, for example, we have an error trying to get a name, cannot read properties of null reading name. So we're going to try to get the name on the user, but we are not logged in. So if I come here and trying to get the username, but we are not logged in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say in the breeze drop down here, display this if we are logged in. So we can say if $page .props.auth check. If I save and come here, now we no longer see that error, but I want to display the login and register page if we are not logged in here. So for that, if I go in the pages, welcome, and here we have the login and register route. So let's copy this. And here we have the if. I'm going to paste after the if, and here we have the vls, the login, and also let's remove this if can register and paste that in. Now if I save, we have the login and register page. Go to the login page, login as test user, and now we have this one. Okay, good. So let's come here and check as done. Now fix the community frontend show page. If I navigate in the /r/Laravel, we don't have the Laravel community, but we are trying to get the posts on that community, which is null. So instead of something like this, we can make here community where slug, $slug, and first or fail, and it's going to return 404 if not find that community. So let's open the community controller, in the front end, and here say first or fail, save, refresh, and now we have 404 not found. And if I say Laravel updated, now we have all the... Okay, now we fix this one. So mark as done. Now let's add show link to the communities table. Let's go inside the resources, communities index, and here when we have the name, so let's go in the communities. I'm going to add the link here and navigate to this community and display all the posts this community has. Add a link here to the name. Instead of just saying like this, if I go down, we have a link. So let's add a link in the community name. Here, I'm going to cut and say link and href, which is going to go inside the road. Sorry, not like this, but road. And if I open the web roads, what we have, name it frontend communities show, copy and paste it here. And we need the community.html slug here. And now here we need to say community.name, like this. If I save and come here, refresh, why we don't see that? Oh, link like this. My mistake. Now we have the link. Just let's add some classes here. So class with text blue 500 on hover is going to be blue. Text blue 700. And let's say font semi-bold and save it. Okay. Now if I click here, we navigate to this and we can go and edit posts and so on. Okay, and now let's push to the GitHub and I'm going to do from here. So let's open the terminal and say git add, git push. And what we have done, we added add login and register route to guest layout. Okay, and git push. Oh, git commit, sorry. My friends, so instead of git push, we need to say git commit here. Git commit and now git push. Okay friends, that's it about this video. Hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with authorization. So I'm going to create the community policy, the post policy, and protect the routes and push to the GitHub. Right now, if I go and I'm going to log in with a second user. Okay, and we redirect to the communities, and as we can see, we don't have any community belong to this user. But if I go manually here, so communities / VueJS, and I'm going to say /edit. We navigate to this and we can update the community which belong to another user. So we need to protect that. And also if we go to the Reddit clone /r/VueJS, and let's just say here /edit this post. And also we need to change from R, because the R is for frontend, communities. Now we can update the post which is not belonging to this user. Okay, so also we can protect the posts and the communities. For that, I'm going to create a policy, community policy, and post policy. So let's open the terminal and say here artisan make policy, and I'm going to say community policy. Okay, and I'm going to add a model flag, which is going to be community. Okay, now the second one is going to be for the post. And let's say post model and post policy. Okay, now let's go inside the VS Code. And now we have the community policy here. Okay, now here we are going to protect for updating and for deleting. So let's go in the update and say return $user if the user ID is the same as the community user ID, and the same thing for the when we deleting that. So let's copy and paste it here. Save. Now go to the post policy and the same thing here. So on the update we can say return $user ID is the same as the post user ID, like this. And let's copy this and do the same for the delete. Paste that in, hit save, close, and now if I go inside the controllers, backend controller in the community, let's go in the edit here. Now we can say $this authorize, and here we need to add authorize for update. Okay, and the community. Now if I save this, we are in the edit. So when we show the form, and let's go and check now. So here we are in the edit for VueJS community, and we are not the same user who has the community ID. Now if I refresh, we have 403. This action is unauthorized. Very good. The same thing for the update method. So here we can say this authorize update, and for the delete also, but here we need to change from update to be delete, like this. Save, come here. We need to run the npm run dev and refresh. Okay, try again to go to the VueJS/edit. Nothing happened. Also, if we go inside if I open the table plus to see another community, so go inside the Reddit clone, open communities. We have also the InertiaJS. So let's check the InertiaJS, edit, the same thing, and we have also the Laravel updated. Copy, and if I put that, we have forbidden. And the Laravel not found. Okay, now let's work with the post edit now to protect the routes here. The same thing, let's go inside the community post controller, and not in the store, but in the edit, we can say $this authorize, and here we need to say update and not community, but we are going to protect the post. Okay, the same thing in the update method, and also for the delete we need to change the method is delete, like this. Now if I come here and refresh, Yeah, we have forbidden also if I change. So let's go inside the /r/Laravel updated and just see if we can edit this post again. Also change the R to be communities. And yeah, we have this section is unauthorized. Very good. Now if I log out and I'm going to log in as test user, which has /r/VueJS. Okay, log out. And I'm going to log in as a test user. Yeah, now we can go and edit this. Good. Go back, go to this and see this post, edit this post. So let's say updated, click update, updated. Let's delete this. So the second post, and we deleted that. So everything works correctly. We protected the roads. Now let's push to the GitHub. As always, let's come here, cancel, and let's say git add, git commit, and added authorization and git push. Okay friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. Now here we are in the post show page, and in this video I'm going to work with comments. I'm going to add a form here, and if we are logged in we can comment to this post and then display all the comments belong to this post. Okay, for that I have prepared this. So we need to create the controller, create the route, then add the form and create the relationships between the models. And I'm going to create a commentary source and display all the comments belong to this one. Okay, so one by one, let's create the controller. And I'm going to open my terminal and say here, artisan make controller post comment controller. Okay, then let's go and create the route. In here, let's open the web routes, and I'm going to copy this and duplicate it down there, R, and then /comments. The route is going to be post because we're going to post the comment, and then front-end commit posts. Let's just remove this and let's say front-end posts comments like this. Now let's open the post controller. We need to change not post controller but post comment controller, and let's simplify this one. And the method is going to be store, not show. So let's go now in the post comment controller here and create the store method. Public function store, and what we need in here, we need the community slug and the post. So let's say $ community slug, and also let's say post $post. Like this. Now down there I'm going to say $post. Comments, we need to create the relationship, and let's say create. Okay, but first let's go and create the relationship. Let's go in the post, and here we don't have the relationship for the comments. So let's say public function comments, and here return $this has many comment class. Okay, and because we are here, let's create also the community relationship. So public function community, and let's say return $this is going to belong to the community class. Okay, now let's open the comment, and here I'm going to create also the relationship public function post, just to have here return $this belong to the post class. Okay, and because we are here, let's create also the user, and let's return $this is going to belong to the user. Okay, now we have the relationship, and here I'm going to say now for the comment we have the user ID, the post ID, and the content. So let's the post ID is going to be automatically because we say here post comment. For the user ID, I'm going to say user ID is going to be auth ID. So the authenticated user, and for the content, I'm going to say request, and I'm going to use the facade input content. Okay, now after we created that, let's return, for now, just return back. And let's import this one. I think we have a request here. Yeah. Let's import this. Okay. Next one. So let's open the Notion. Now we need to add the form. In the Chrome, I have prepared this form here for the comment. So let's select all, copy, and I'm going to add after the URL here. So now let's open the show page inside the front-end posts here. And I'm going to close this. And after this one, I'm going to add a div. And in this div, add the form. Let's come here, and yeah, it is. Just I'm going to add also the horizontal line. Okay. Now for the form here, we need to say on submit dot prevent, and I'm going to create a submit for method. Sorry. So let's open the edit view inside the post, and I'm going to copy what we have here. So the form and also the method submit. Okay, let's copy and let's come here and paste it. Right here, we need to create a const here, const props. It's going to be with defined props and the community and the post. Now for the form, we need to also import the use form. Let's remove this show we don't use. automatically we have imported the use form here because we passed that one. Now we need here only the content. So let's say content, which is going to be by default an empty string. And here we say for post, not put. The route is frontend.post.comments. We need the props comment slug and also the props post data slug, because if I come here and inspect the element, go to the view, show, inside the post we have the data, and then we have the slug. So props post dot data dot slug, like this. Also we need to add the content in the text area here. So let's say v model form dot content, like this. Now let's check again. We have the form, we added the submit content here, form submitter post to this route. Okay, in the post comment controller we created the store. We say comments create user ID. I think we're okay. Let's try. Let's say my first comment, click comment, and syntax error. Where is this error? Okay, inside the comment model. Let's open the comment model, and here we need to say something like this. Okay, let's go back. And now the user ID cannot be null because we are not logged in. So we need to hide also this if we are not logged in. So let's go in the PHP Storm, in the show when we have the form. So with this div, I'm going to say v-if the $page.props.auth.authCheck. And if I come here now, yeah, we don't see that. If I go and log in as a test user, go to this one, and yeah, now we see that. Now let's try again. First comment here, nothing happened, but if I come here and refresh, we have that first comment. Okay. Now I want to clear this form and also show the display all the comments belong to this post. So for that I'm going to create the comment resource and then display all the comments. So let's go here and say artisan make resource comment resource. Okay, open that comment resource, and what we need to return. So I'm going to return the content and also the username, because I'm going to say here commented by the username and the content. So let's say here user name is going to be $this username, like this, and the content is going to be $this content. Now let's open also the post show resource. And here I'm going to display the comments and say comment resource collection and say $this. And I'm going to show when loaded the relationships of the comments. But to work this, we need to go in the controller. So post controller in the front end. And here post, we need to say post with comments like this. And now if I refresh, inspect the element, go to the view, show, and inside the post we have the data and we have the comments, the object with only the content and the username. Okay. Now I want to display all the comments belong to this. For that I have prepared this list here. I'm going to copy and let's go now inside here in the show. After this div, I'm going to add another horizontal line and say add a div, and inside this I'm going to paste that one. Now here we can say v4 comment in post.data.comments, add the key, which is going to be let's say here comment and also the index because we don't have the ID. And let's say here index. Okay. Now here is going to be the username. So let's display that user name, but we need to say comment username. So comment dot username here, and the content is going to be in here. So comment dot content like this. And as you can see here, we have commented and the content, but let's just change text small, font semi-bold, and I'm going to say here text slate 700. And also here say add a class with text slate 600 here. And I think we are okay. And maybe commented by here. So commented by like this, commented by test. And also let's add here margin 2 and padding 2. Yeah, commented by test. Now if I say second comment, yeah, we display the second comment down there. Just I want also to clear this when we send the comment. I don't want to have this second comment again here. So let's go in the show, and when we send the form, we can add an option here and say on success on success, I'm going to say form.reset. And what we need to reset the content like this. Come here and now third comment this, and yeah, we display the comment, and also now we have cleaned the text area here. Okay friends, so that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. Now let's push to the GitHub. And if you are wondering what terminal I use the warp. I just saw in one video yesterday and I think is good. So let's say git add, git commit, and I'm going to say here added the comment system. Okay, let's say git push now. Everything okay. Very good friends. So see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with votes. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add votes in our post table. So when we upvote or downvote, I'm going to increment that column in the post table and display the sum of the votes. So let's open the post migration, and here I'm going to add a new column, $table. Is going to be integer, and let's say votes, and the default is going to be 0. Okay, now let's save it. Let's run the artisan migrate fresh. So let's open this one, close, and say artisan migrate fresh. Okay, now let's run again the npm run dev, close this one, and let's go and create new user because right now it's going to be empty. So register a user, test user, and also we need to verify the email. So let's create this, and I'm going to verify the email behind the scenes. So let's okay, now if I refresh, yeah, let's create the community, and I'm going to say Laravel, add something here, and let's create one more for the VueJS just to have. Good. Now let's go to the Laravel and create a first post. Add the URL and add the description. Let's create the second one. Store. Okay. Now here we are going to add the votes. For that I'm going to create a component. So we can add that component here with arrow icons. So this one for the up and another one for the down. And also we are going to reuse that component when we go and show the post here. Add that the same we have in the Reddit. So here we have up and down voting. And if we go to this post, we have up and down. Okay. So let's go and create a voting component. In the VS Code, resources, JS, components, create a new file, post vote.view. Okay. Now let's add view 3 here. Okay. Remove this one and add the setup. Good. Now here we need so let's add the div first, the parent div. Inside we can have a link, an anchor tag, and let's say for now up, a div to display all the votes. So let's say 4K, and also another link, an anchor tag to display the downvote row key. So here we say up and down. And now let's add this component in the postcard. So here in the postcard, here we have the upvote. Instead of that string, let's add the postvote component and make sure we have imported that down there. Yeah. If I save and let's go and see what we have. Yeah, here we have the up, 4K and down. Now just we need to design that. We need to add the SVGs. So let's copy this one and go to the post vote and add it here. Just we are not going to use the anchor tag. So let's add that vote here, that SVG first. Close it down. And let's go and say downvote, down arrow, copy the SVG and paste it here. Save, and yeah, now if I refresh, we have something like this. I'm going to add to this div a class, and I'm going to say width to be 12. It's going to be flex and flex call. And let's add also margin 2 and padding 2. And maybe BG slate 200. Save this, and yeah, here it is. Or maybe just remove this, I don't like. So yeah, now this is going to be a link, not an anchor tag. So let's import first the link here inside the setup. And why we have something like this? Because we don't close the SVG. The same thing down there. Yeah, now, okay. Good. Now let's import that link. So import link from the Inertia view 3. And instead of anchor tag, let's use the link with a href. For now, let's just add the hashtag, the same thing down there. So link with a href hashtag. Okay. Now let's save and let's see how it's going to look. Refresh. Yeah, something like this, but I want to, when I hover it, I want to change the color, and also, so when I hover this up, it's going to be blue, on down is going to be red. And if I come here, this is red up, but I'm going to do blue and red. Okay. So let's add unlink. I'm going to add the class and say here text by default is going to be text gray 400, and on hover the text is going to be blue 500. Now let's copy this and go down. When we have this link, paste that in, just change from blue to be red. Save, come here, and now if I click, if I hover it, yeah, it's blue, red. Okay. Now we added the component. Let's create the controller and the route, and then create a logic. So when we click here, we are going to upvote, and we are going to create a post vote and also increment that column we created in the post. And also let's open the post model because we added one more field here. So let's say votes. Okay, like this. Save. And let's go and inside the, let's go and create the controller. So here I'm going to say artisan make controller backend. I'm going to add in the backend because I want to protect the up and down voting. Okay, so when we are going to vote, we need to be logged in, and for that I'm going to add in the backend. And let's say here post vote controller. Hit enter. Now let's go inside the routes and create the routes for that logic. So the route is going to be inside here. And let's say route, the method is going to be post slash post slash add the post slug. Okay. And then for this one, I'm going to say up a vote like this. And use the post vote controller. Okay, the method is going to be up vote like this, and I'm going to give it the name to be post.upvote. Now let's copy and duplicate this one. Just change from upvote to be downvote like this. Save. Now we need to import this controller. And that's it about this video. See you in the next video to make the logic for the up and down vote. Okay, so see you there. Let's go inside the resources, JS, components, and post vote. Here, when we use the link, bind this href and use the route here. Route post dot upvote, and we need to add the post slug here. And I'm going to say just post. The same thing, so let's copy the link here and add it inside here. Just change from up to down vote like this. Now we need the post, So let's, when we use this in the postcard, we need to add we have the post here, as you can see. And let's go up when we use it here. Let's add a post to be post.slug. We need only the slug, so we don't need the post object. Now here, let's define props and say post. We need only we get the slug, so we need to say here string, not object. Like this, save. And let's see what we have in our project. If I refresh over it, yeah, we have post.slug. Yeah, we need to change in the postcard. Here we need to bind this one. Okay, refresh again, and now we have the correct route. Okay, now we have the correct route. Let's open the post vote controller and create the up and down vote method. So function up vote, we need the post here, $post. And let's create also the downvote method. So let's say downvote, the same thing here. So down this. Post $post. Just we need to import the post. And why we don't have the autocomplete? Okay. Now we have that. Let's just run. Just say here die and dump $post when we click. Not like this. $post. Save. Let's go in the browser and refresh. Let's see what we have. If I click here, oh yeah, now we need to use that as a button. So let's go in the post vote, and here when we have this link, we need to use as a button and change the method to be post. Okay. So let's say down there, method to be post as a button and type button. The same for the second link. So let's paste that in, save, and let's see again. If I refresh, up we have the post, down. Okay. Now let's go and make the logic in the up and down methods. So inside the controller here, first I'm going to check if we have voted. So if the user, and also we need to be logged in. So if the user has voted this post, we are not going to add vote again. And also the same for the down. And if we have downvoted this and we change mind and we want to upvote, we need to add 2 to this one. So increment by 2 because we added 1 or -1, so, and we want to give it +1, so we need to change from -1 to be add tool to be +1. Okay, I hope you understand. And let's check here if I'm going to say is voted, and this is going to be equal to the post vote where the post ID is equal to this post we have ID, and also where the user ID, not post user ID, but auth ID. Okay, like this, and give me the first one. And this is going to return the object if we have a post, the instance of this post if we have, or null if we don't have. So, and for that I'm going to say if now check if this is null or not. And I'm going to say if not is null, is voted. Now if this is not null, so we have make a vote. So this user ID has made vote with this post ID. And let's say here, now if we need to check if we have upvote or downvote, if this is voted vote. Okay, so if I open the table plus and just open the Reddit clone, now in the post voted we have user ID, post ID, and vote. This is going to be -1 or 1. Now we check if this is 1, so we have upvoted. If is -1 is downvoted. And I'm going to check here if is voted vote. So if this is triple equal to 1, so we have upvoted, or if we have downvoted this, I'm going to say $sign is voted. I'm going to update the vote from -1 to be 1 now, and not like this, but as an array like this. Okay, so we check if this is -1. I'm going to change, because here we say a vote. I'm going to change this to B1, and also let's add this down. And also we need to increment the post we created. So let's go into MySQL. Inside the post we added these votes, and if this is -1, this is going to be again -1 for that user. We need to add 2 here. So we need to say $sign post increment the votes, and here we're going to add 2. So again, I'm going to say if this user we have voted this post ID, and if this user has downvoted this, so this vote is -1, so it's going to is downvoted, and we click the upvote, we are going to change this vote to B1, and also the post votes we are going to increment by 2, because In the first, we added -1, so we have downvoted. And if we add 1, we go equal to 0. And if we want to upvote, we need to add another 1. So we added 2 here. I hope you understand. And let's return now redirect back. Redirect back. Yeah, like this. And now I want to say else if this is equal to 1, we are going to just redirect back. So we're not going to do nothing. If this vote is equal to 1, we redirect it back, because here we are unvoted and we have done that. Okay. Now, if this is not null, but if it is null, so let's say here else, we need to create that. So we need to say post vote create, add an array with post ID. It's going to be this post ID. User ID is going to be auth ID, and the vote is going to be 1 because we are going to upvote here. Okay, I hope you understand. And after we created this post vote, we need to increment the post votes. So let's say $post increment votes, not by 2 but 1 now, because it's we are going to add for the first time. And also return redirect back after we added that. And if I save, and let's go and check now this upvote. Refresh. If I click first, yeah, we redirected back, and let's go and check the database. Refresh the database, and yeah, we can see that the votes is 1. In the post votes, we have 1, user ID is 1, and post ID is 1. The vote is 1. If I click again, we don't need to make changes here. So refresh, everything the same, everything the same. We don't need to upvote again with the same user. Okay, now if I click down, oh yeah, we need to work with the down. Let's work with this one for the up. Okay, let's see. Refresh. Yeah, we have the votes to this one, 1. And if I go to the post votes, we have the same. The vote is 1. Now let's work with the downvote. Here is going to be almost the same, the opposite. So let's just create the instance. So let's copy this and say get the is voted, and let's check here if is not null, the is voted, and let's say again if $sign is voted vote is going to be triple equal to 1. Okay, now here we check for the 1, here we have checked -1. Okay, and let's do the same, update, increment, and return back, and also else if. So let's copy. Now here we say vote is going to be not 1 but -1, and here we don't increment but decrement. Votes by 2. We return back, and here we need to say not 1 because here we check for the 1. We need to say if is voted is -1, we just return a redirect back. And the same thing, we need to create the else. So let's copy and paste here. Else we created the vote. Here we need to say -1, not 1. And also the increment is going to be decrement, not increment. And I think we're okay. Let's see and let's test our voting system. Now, in the database, we have votes is 1, 1, and here 1, 1. If I refresh, yeah, and also if I refresh, 1. Now, let's click the downvote here. And let's come here and refresh. As you can see, we have the vote is -1, what we want. And in the post, we have -1. Okay. If I click again, -1, we don't need to make changes now. Yeah, very good. And the same here. Let's click to this one, refresh. We have -1. And here we have -1, very good. And if I click again and again, the same thing, we don't make changes. Very good. This is our system. Now, if I log out, so let's log out. And let's go to the /r first post. Let's go back. In the next video, I'm going to add. And we are not logged in. If I click here, we go to the login page. Okay. Now let's go and register a new user here. So let's say the second user. Again, second email, and add the password. Register. And also we need to, I'm going to verify behind the scenes. Yeah. Now let's go again to the /r/Laravel. And we don't have voted with this user. Now let's see the votes here. Is going to be, if I click 1 here, is going to be 1. If I click here, so to the first one and refresh, yeah, is 0 because it was -1 and 1 we added is 0. The same if I click, now here I'm going to click down and we have -1, and if we added -1 it's going to be -2. Let's click down this and refresh. Yeah, here we have, and if I go to the post votes, we have the post votes here. Okay. Now that's it for this video. So see you in the next video, friends. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to display here the real votes, how votes this post has. And also right now I am logged in as test user. I have voted this post, but I don't know now if I have voted or not. So I'm going to show if the user has voted, and if the user has upvoted, I'm going to change the upvote arrow to be blue, or if the user has downvoted, it's going to be the down arrow to be red. Okay. So for that we need first to check if the user has voted this post, and next if the user has upvoted this or has downvoted. So first let's go and add the count here. In the VS Code, inside the resources, JS components, we have the post vote, and here we display the hard-coded data. Now we need the votes here. So for that, I'm going to get the post as an object. Okay, so let's say here object, and now let's go inside the post card. When we add the post vote and the post, we just added the slug. So let's add the post object and let's save, close this one. Now in the post, if I see here, we don't have that votes. So let's go inside the view, show, and data object. Yeah, we don't have the votes. So we need to add that. For that, we need to go inside the app, HTTP controllers, frontend. And here we say $sign post to be community post resource. And here let's add the votes, which is going to be these votes like this. Now if I save and refresh, go here, data object, we have the votes down there. Now just go to the post vote, and here we need to say post dot votes like this. Also we need to change here to be post slug, because now we have the post object. The same up here, post dot slug. Save and let's go and refresh. Yeah, here it is. Just we need I'm going to say here margin, and yeah, we have something like this. Or let's say padding 2, the same. Okay, and I'm going to add bg to be blue 300, and also to be around it. Yeah, like this. Okay, now I'm going to create a component for the up link and for the down link, just to have more nice view here. So let's go inside the components and create a new component. I'm going to say up vote link dot view. And what we need here, let's remove this as always, and let's add the setup. And now let's go in the post vote and copy the app link here, like this, and paste it inside this one. Now we need to import the link. So let's say import the link from the Inertia Vue 3. Okay, what we need here, we need the slug, and only the slug we need. So let's remove the styles And also add here define props. And we need only the slug, which is going to be string. Like this. And now we say here slug. Okay. Save. Now let's also save this as a downvote. Downvote link. Click save. Go to the upvote and just copy this path here. We are going to change only that one. And also here is going to be downvote. Like this. Save. And now here we are going to do something like this. So import the upvote. And we need to add the slug, which is going to be post.slug like this. And also the same thing here. Add the downvote link, add the slug, which is going to be post slug like this. And if I save, yeah, we have the same thing, but now I think it's more readable. Okay, let's add here yeah. Okay, now now we need to check if the user has upvoted and also if the user has voted and also if the user has upvoted or downvoted. For that, I'm going to create the relationship first to the post. So let's go inside the app and inside the models, we have the post model. Here, I'm going to create the relationship for the post votes. And let's say here, public function, post votes, and return. This has many, not post, but post vote class, like this. Save. Now we have that relationship. Now let's go inside the controllers, front-end community controller. And here we say community posts with user and also with the post votes, the relationship we created right now. And now to this community post resource, we need to return the post votes here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say here post votes. But if I say $sign this, and I'm going to say when loaded, post votes. Okay, if I save and let's go and come here, refresh. Now inside the data, we have an object, and post votes is an array with all the post votes this post has. But I want only the post vote is made by this user. Okay, not all the post votes, only the vote is made by this user. So what I'm going to do in the controller, let's go in the here community controller, and when we say here with user and post votes, here I'm going to create a closure, say function $query, and what I'm going to do with this query now, I'm going to say $query where add a condition where the user ID, so the user ID in this post votes is auth ID, like this. Now this post votes is going to return only the post votes where the user ID is the auth ID, and we know the authenticated user can only add one vote to the post, upvote or downvote. So it's going to return only one object to this one. So let's save and let's see now. Go here and refresh. Data object. And we have post votes, an array with only one object here. The user ID is one. The same thing we have for the others, or we have an empty array if we don't have make a. So if I change the user, go and log out and log in with another user. Second mail test, go and log in. And let's go again to the /r/Laravel, and here if I open the data object, yeah, again, and now as you can see in this one, this user has not voted, and we have in the post votes we have an array, an empty array. Okay, now how we can check in the post votes, how we can check if this is voted or not. So let's go in the VS Code, and in the post votes here we have the post object, and in this link I'm going to say add a class, bind the class here. Okay, and what we need to do is just add, if the user has upvoted this, I want to be the text blue 600. Okay, and this if the post votes. Now in the post votes we have an array, and if the first array, if we have a first array, so let's save this and let's come here. As you can see, we have blue and blue here, but not right here. So we say here, if this is has the post votes, but if I change the vote to be downvote now, it's going to be to remain blue again. So let's, and as you can see, it's remaining blue because we just check if we have a post vote. But also I'm going to say, and if the post vote the first array, if the vote in that one, so let's open the table plus, and let's say here in the Reddit clone. In the post votes, we have the vote. Now, if the vote is 1, is upvote, or -1 is downvote. So we check here if this vote is equal to 1, make this text blue 600. So let's save and let's go and see now. We don't have upvoted for this. Now if I click to this one, yeah, this is blue, and this is not because this user has downvoted this vote and this one. So let's go and do the same for the downvoted here. Let's copy this class because it's going to be almost the same, and come here, paste that in. Just change this to be -1, and also the text is going to be red. Save, and now as you can see, this has a red down arrow, and okay, of course this one. Let's go back and let's refresh again, and as you can see, yeah. Now here we have -2. If I click in the up arrow, it's going to be 0 and it's going to be upvoted. So let's see. Yeah, 0 and upvoted. And also you see when we click, yeah, it's changing the page, and we can say in the link. So in the inertia link, this is inertia link here. Okay, so here now we can say after the class, I'm going to say preserve scroll. And this is going to prevent the scroll up when we click. It's going to remain in that position. So let's add also to this one. Hit save, and let's go and check now or refresh. Okay, now if I click here, up, yeah, you see, it's more okay now. Up and up here and down here. Very good. Now that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy, and see you on the next one. All the best, friends. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to design this little bit. So here in the Reddit we have we take the all space, all the width, all the height here, and give it some different color. And also when we upvoted or downvoted, also is changing this color of the votes. So based on the votes, if we have upvoted, this is going to be red, and if we downvoted, it's going to be blue. Now the same I'm going to do here. If we have downvoted this, and this, the color of the text is going to be red. If here when we have upvoted, it's going to be blue. I'm going to remove the background and also add the same thing in the when we show the post. So let's open the VS Code and let's go inside the resources, JS, components. Now in the post votes, here what I'm going to do, I'm going to add the flags, and let's say here age to be full. So I'm going to add the width full. I'm going to remove the margin and add also a BG to be slate, maybe 200 or 300. So let's save and let's see Yeah, no. 200. Yeah, I think this is more okay. Now I'm going to add center this and remove the background here. So let's say BG slate, and also I'm going to say text center. Very good. Now here, when we have padding 2 and mi2 around that, remove the BG blue, and just I'm going to add font bold, and then we need to add the dynamic colors. Let's say that dynamic classes. So let's say text blue if this is upvoted, or text red if it is downvoted, like this. And let's see, now as you can see, we have red here and blue here. Just let's go in the not drop down link, but downvote link, and here I'm going to add flex, and let's say flex here, MOI to be 2. Now if I save and let's see, justify center also, let's add the justify center, and let's see. And now I think this is in the center, the downvote link. So let's just copy what we did here and paste in the upvote link. And if I go back, yeah, we have on hover text blue. Why we have that? We need to say text red. I have forgot to do that. And I think now we are more okay. This is in the center. Just now I want to remove this margin or padding in from the post card. Yeah, from here, let's remove this. And I think now we are okay. Yeah. Now if I change, yeah, it's going to be okay. Now let's add the same thing in the card here. Let's close everything and let's go inside the pages, front end, post, show page. And here we have the posted by. Yeah, here it is. And we have this for the comments. Now I'm going to copy all of them, cut and put inside in one div. So let's say just div, and here is going to be the votes, and add another div, and here put that one. So I save, and here's going to be votes. Just go up. Here I'm going to add flex. And if I save, and yeah, we have something. Now vote is going to be here, and the post in here, but in this post I'm going to say also the B, add the width to be full. Yeah, and now we have okay. Just now, let's add the post vote here. Post vote. We need to add the post here, which is going to be the post object. If I go down, yeah, we have the post as an object. And let's close now this. Let's save it. And if I refresh, we have error because, okay, now the problem is here. Post, we need to say post.data and hit save. And yeah, now if I refresh, here we have the up and down vote. And if I click up, it's going to work correctly. Now, if you like something like this, okay. If you want something like this, we just can change in the show when we have this padding, remove and hit save. And yeah, now we have something like this. Okay, and maybe just go again to this post vote and change the slate to be 100 and maybe gray 100. Yeah, it's the same because we have the background 100 and here the background is different from us. So let's change back to 200. Okay. Now that's it about this video, and we need to push to the GitHub. So we design the voting, add voting to the show page, and now we need to push to the GitHub. Okay, I hope you like it, and if you like, don't forget to subscribe and like the video for more content like this. So let's do now the git push. So I'm going to zoom it and let's say git add, so add all, git commit, and say here design post vote, and let's say git push. Okay friends, that's it about this video. See you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to work with the home page. So right now if I click here, yeah, we have the default Laravel welcome page. And I'm going to display the same thing we have here in this one. Just remove this header and display the posts here, and in here the communities. The same we have in the Reddit. If we go in the homepage, we have the popular posts, and I'm going to get the popular post based on the votes. So which post has more votes is going to render first. And here I don't know what the logic is, because we have the post which is posted in the same hour, and this has more votes and this is up here. But anyway, I'm going to get the post based on the votes, and then in the next video I'm going to work with sidebar, because if you go here we have the top communities, and now if I click on this community, now in the sidebar we have different things. So we have the related communities, we have the description about this community, and sport rules and something. I'm going to display a different thing here in the home page. On the sidebar also the different when we go to the post page and when we go to the community page. Okay, but in this video we are going to work with the home page. So let's open the VS Code. And if I open the welcome page, and I'm going to select all here and remove. And because it's going to be almost the same as this one, the home page, so we are going to display the post with this card and the communities. I'm going to copy this front-end communities show page and paste it here. And we need to make some changes. What I said, I don't want this slot header here. We have a list of posts. We don't need the pagination. I'm going to get only 10 or 12 posts. And here's going to be the top communities, maybe. Not latest, but say top communities. And here we are going to get not community, but communities and posts. We don't need the link here. And here we have this community Slack, but we don't have now the community. So let's add in the post, I'm going to add also the community Slack. So I'm going to say community Slack here. We're going to add in this when we return the post. Now, in here, in the community, we have something like this. Let's go and see what we have in the controller. For that, in the front end, community controller. And here we get the community, and then the post, we return this community post resource, which has a title, description, username, Slack votes, and post votes when loaded. And also we need now the community post community Slack. So let's add that. So let's say here, community Slack is going to be this community Slack. And now we need to get with relation community also, because it's going to, so here we need to say also with community. Now let's create the route and the controller. So let's create the controller first. Here, artisan make controller, and let's name it in the front end. I'm going to name welcome controller. Okay, now let's open the web routes and create the route. Here is the route, we need to modify that. Add the welcome controller class. And the method is going to be welcome. Okay, now let's save this and let's go in this welcome controller and create that welcome method. So public function welcome. Welcome like this. And here now we need the posts and the communities. And just let's return Inertia render the welcome page. Okay. Now let's go, and if I click here, yeah, we have a blank page. Good. Inspect elements. We have error because we don't have reading data. We don't have the posts here. We need to add posts. Now for that, I'm going to use the same we have here. So I'm going to use this community post resource. Okay, we added the community Slack, and I'm going to copy this we have here. So with, and copy that, go now to the welcome controller and say $post is going to be community post resource collection. And now here I'm going to say post model with user and post votes. And also what I said, we need to add also with community, because we added this community Slack here. Okay. And now we need to order by votes. So order by votes, and we need to order not ascending but descending. And let's take 12. So take 12 and get like this. And let's add here the compact for posts. And if I save, and let's go now to see what we have here, refresh, map into order by votes, desk. Okay, what we have this one, and yeah, we need to close in here. Now let's save it and let's come here and refresh. And yeah, we have something like this. Now just refresh again and open, because sometimes it's not working the view. So in the welcome, now we have communities which are undefined. In the post data, we have the object, and votes is true to this one, true to this one, also to this one, and 0 to this one. Okay, so we have ordered by votes. And let's go and log in here as a second user. Go to the home page, and I have upvoted them. Now, if I upvoted this, also remaining in the last one because has only one vote. But if I downvoted this one, now this is 0 and is in the last one. This is going up. Okay, so we have ordered good. And also I'm going to, here we have hard coded. So we need the post with comments count also. So let's go here and let's go to this community, and also we need to say comments count is going to be this comments count like this. Now if I save and if I go in the welcome controller, we say with this one, and also I'm going to say with count of comments. Come here and refresh, go to the inspect elements, go to the view, in the welcome now data object, comments count 1, very good. To see that this one is 0, 0, 0. So let's display the real comments count here. We need to go inside the components, post card. Let's open this one, and when we have the comments, let's display here the post comments count. Post comments count like this. Save, and as you can see, we have 1, 0. But right now, if I go in the Laravel, we have empty because we don't have that comments. So also we need to go in the community controller and do the same thing. So we say with count comments, come here and say with count comments. Save, come here and refresh, and now we have the same. Okay, I think we are okay now with the home page. So I have upvoted this, and we have one, upvoted this and this. And also now if I upvote it again, this one is going to be up and this is going to be down. Yeah. So the third post, as you can see, is here. Now if I upvote it, is here. Good friends, that's it about this video. Now in the next video, we are going to work with the communities in here with a sidebar. Also, when we go to the single post and when we go to the single community. So see you in the next one. All the best. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to work with a sidebar. First I'm going to create a component. So then we just add the component here, or when we go here and display the latest or the popular communities. So now let's go in the components here and let's create community list.view. Okay, here we need to add the view as always, like this. Remove the style and also remove the export default, say setup. And now here, what we are going to do, I'm going to add first a parent div and then add a list UL, and I'm going to say role to be list, and add also the class now, add class to be divided by divide gray or slate. Let's add slate 300. I'm going to add it. And on dark mode, if we don't have right now, but I'm going to add it. I'm going to say to be divide slate maybe 700, like this. Now let's close and let's add the li, which is going to be with a class, add class, UI 3, and on small I'm going to add py4. Now you can go and play with the design here. Then here I'm going to add a div inside this. And not something like this, but just add the flex items center, and I'm going to add space x4. Okay. Now in here is going to be a div with a class to be text slate 700 or 800, and on dark mode is going to be text slate 400. I'm going to add font to be semi-bold. Semi-bold. Okay. What we can add other here? I'm going to say truncate, and that's it. Maybe add the text to be small. And here now is going to be the title of the name of the community. Here I'm going to add another div, and it's going to be the post count, how many posts he has. So let's say posts, and in this count. Now here we need the community. So let's say also we need the link, because when we click here, I want the, so let's make this as a link with shref. And then in here, let's say import that link. We need to import the link from the Inertia Vue 3, and then define probes. What we need the communities here. So communities. Okay, let's save it. And here when we have the link, we need to say now first add v4 here, v4 post in posts, or let's say post.data, and down there is going to be an object. Let's add the resource. So we post, add the key here, key, which is going to be post.id. And then here display the post dot, not post, sorry friends, community. So community, in the communities here. Okay, and here we need to display the community name like this. Hit save. And now let's go in the welcome controller and get the communities. And I'm going to say $. Communities is going to be, we need the community resource we don't have. So let's go and create that. Let's open the terminal and say artisan, make resource community resource, and then run again the npm run dev and use that community resource now. Here, community resource collection. And let's add the community model. Okay, and I'm going to say with count of posts, order by posts count, and we need to be descending. Take, how many we need to take? 6. Take 6 and get. Okay, so here we have. Now let's add here the communities. Very good. Save. Let's open the welcome page. And we have the communities now. Here when we have say top communities, let's add the community list. We need to add the communities here, which is going to be our communities we have. Okay, let's save it and let's see what we have in our welcome page. And right now we don't have nothing here. So let's go to the inspect elements. View. We have communities with the data, but we need to say in the community list here. Yeah, we say communities.data. Very good. Let's remove this data from here. And let's add on the welcome communities.data, but I forgot to add the bind this. So we need to say like this, save. And as you can see now we have this one. Just we need to change this BG slate, remove this from here. And if I save, yeah, now we have Laravel, second community, and VueJS. Okay, we need to design that, but let's just go in the community list again. And here when we have href here, let's bind this and let's say community dot slug. Okay, come here. So we need to say also, let's cut this and say route frontend dot communities dot show. If I open the web routes, frontend communities show, yeah, and add that slug here, and let's save, refresh again, and yeah, if I click here, we go to that community, second post, second community, and so on. Very good. Okay. Now when we go to the post, also here, let's display because right now, let's also display the post count. Let's go to the welcome controller and we say come with posts, and let's go to this post community resource, and here now let's display what we need. So let's add ID, okay, add the name and add the slug, and also add the post count and say this post count. Okay, save. Let's go again here and in the posts say community dot posts count, like this. Save, and as you can see now this has 3 posts, 1 and 0. Very good, friends. Now I think this is going to take some time, so in the next video I'm going to design a little big, and also when we go here display something else, and when we go to the /Laravel display something else here. So see you in the next video. All the best, friends. Hello friends, welcome. Now in this video I'm going to design this little big, and also when we go to the post here I'm going to display something else, and when we go to the community show also something else here. But here as you can see we have the link, but if I click nothing happen. So I'm going to add the link here and also the link in here. So if I want to go to that, so if we are here in the home page and for example I want to go directly here, I can click in this link. Okay, so let's fix one by one. First let's design this one here. Let's open the VS Code, and inside the resources JS components we have the community list. And in the parent div, I'm going to add the class. Add the class here, and I'm going to say width to be full. I'm going to add a BG wide. Also, I'm going to add a shadow shadow MD, not small. Okay. Add border. And let's add also the rounded. So rounded to be large. And let's save this and let's see now what we have in the browser. Yeah, we have something like this. Okay, now let's add in the UL here, because as you can see now we don't have any padding. Let's add a padding of 4 and let's see what we have. Yeah, I think we are okay. Now for here, for the H2, that's it inside the welcome page. So inside the welcome, yeah, here we have this H2, but I'm going to remove this from here and leave only the community list and add that heading here. So inside here, I'm going to say H2 and I'm going to give it a class. Let's say font semi-bold. Okay, I'm going to add the text to be large and padding 6 here. I'm going to give it a BG Indigo 700. Now the text is going to be white, and let's give it a rounded large. Okay, let's close this and let's say top communities, save, and I think we are good here. But one more thing we need to know, if we go, for example, here and use that component, and here maybe we want to display not top communities, but latest communities, we need to change the header. So I'm going to make that dynamic. So instead of hard-coded top communities, let's add a slot with name to be title. I'm going to say slot name title. Close that one and save. Now, if I come here, nothing changed, nothing we have there because we need to close the list like this. And inside here, we need to add that slot. So let's say template with short for name with a name title, and let's say top communities. Okay, save, come here, and now we have that one. Okay, good. Now also what I said, I want to add the link here and here. So let's go. For that, we need to go in the postcard. And here we have an anchor tag, but instead of anchor tag, we need to add the link. And the route is going to be the same as this one. So let's copy that, paste it in here, just bind the href. Very good. Now here we have the community with span. Also here, let's add a link. And href is going to be route frontend dot communities dot show. And we need to add the community slug here, and we have the community. So let's add the community here. Like this, save, refresh, and we have the URL here. Very good. Just let's change the color when we hover it. Also here. So we have this class, and let's say now on hover, I'm going to give it a text to be indigo 700, the same down there. So let's say on hover, text indigo 700. And now if we hover it, yeah, we have that color. The same I'm going to do in here. So in the community list, when we have a link, let's add on hover to be text indigo 700. And now, yeah, good. Now if I click, for example, to this, and what we are going to display here, we are going to display the community about, so the community description, and then the latest communities we have. So let's go. Let's close them all. And in the front end, communities show page. Here we have this one. So I'm going to remove this and say now add a div first. And inside this div, I'm going to add h2 with a class. And I'm going to say font semi-bold. Okay. Text large. P6 and PG Indigo 700. Now I'm going to add a rounded top to be large and text is going to be white. Okay, and here let's say about, and we have the community here, so let's say about community.name. Okay, if I save and let's go, yeah, we have this about Laravel. Just after the h2, I'm going to add the paragraph and add the class with a bg white, padding of 4 and rounded, bottom to be large. Let's close, and inside here add the community description. Let's save, and yeah, we have something like this. Now if I inspect the elements, go to the view, and in this show page we have the community and the posts. Now I'm going to add also the latest communities. So let's go inside the app, HTTP controllers, front-end community controller. Here I want the latest communities, so let's get, and I'm going to get only 4 of them. So let's say $, communities is going to be, and now we are going to use the community resource we created. So let's say community resource collection, and inside I'm going to say community, and maybe with a count of posts, with count of posts, and give it the latest, take 4 and get. Okay, add the communities here. And let's save it. Now in the show page, we need to say communities is going to be an object. And after this div, let's add the community list here with communities to be communities.data, and we need to close like this and say now template with a name title, and I'm going to say latest communities. Save, refresh, and yeah, just let's add a class here, because you can see we are let's add margin top, margin. So first add the class. The B margin top 4. Save it. And yeah, I think now we are okay. So we have the about page about the Laravel, and then we have the latest communities. With this community has one post, which is the latest. This doesn't have a post, and this has 3 posts. Okay. Now the last one is here. And here I'm going to add the popular posts, to display the popular posts belong to this community. So for that we need also to create a resource for posts. So let's go up here and we have post show resource, community post resource, but I'm going to create also the post resource. So let's open the terminal, close this and say artisan make resource post resource, hit enter, and now run the npm run dev. Close this one. And also we need the same component. So I'm going to create new component for post list. So let's go down inside the resources, JS components, community list, and I'm going to save this as a post list. So give the name post list, and here say posts, and also change them the community to be post. Now instead of the name we need to say post title. Here when we have posts and post count, I'm going to display the votes and post votes like this. For the link now we need to say communities dot post dot show, and also we need the community here. So let's add also the community dot Slack and the post Slack. Okay, what we have other. So instead of communities, we need to say community, and also post is going to be object like this. Save, close this one, and we are in the community controller. Now we need to go in here and play with that. So we need to say first, let's go in the front end post controller, and we need to get the latest, the popular post based on this community. So we have this community. What I'm going to say here, I'm going to say $. Post is going to be with a post resource we created, post resource collection, and say community posts order by the votes descending, and let's take 6 of them and say get and close now. Okay, let's add here the post as well and save it. Now in this post resource, let's display what we need. So let's add the ID, let's add the title, and let's add the slug. And also we need to add the votes. And I think we are okay. Let's close this. Let's close this one and let's go down when in the post show page. Here first in the define props, we need to get the post as an object. Okay, then here when we have latest communities, let's add the post list and add posts here, which is going to be post.data. And also we need to add, so inside the components, post list, we need the community here. So let's add the community as well. We have the community, so let's say community to be community. Let's close like this and add a template with a name, title, and I'm going to say popular posts. Okay, save this. And yeah, now we have the popular posts for this community, and we have for all of them 2 votes. So let's go and log in and see if I go to this community and now go to this one. And I'm going to give it downvote. Now we have only 2 here. Let's go to this post. And as you can see, this is the last one because it has 1 vote. If I go and change the vote here to be upvote and now go to this second post and give it downvote, we have here the second post, the last one. Okay, I think we are good now. So in the home page we have this one. In the community page we have something like this, and in the post page we have something like this. Just let me see the show page again. Here when we have this padding 4, let's remove from here. Okay. Go here, very good. And maybe give it some rounded corners here. So to this one, when we have PG white, and I'm going to say rounded large. Okay, just maybe add the MX2. And yeah, now I think we are okay. Also, I'm going to add rounded to this one. So let's say rounded large. And I think we are okay now. Also, we need to add then, but we don't have here. So let's go in the post vote. And I'm going to add rounded large. Okay. And now I think we are okay. Let's go back. Yeah. Let's go here. Okay, friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best. Thank you very much. Hello, friends. Welcome. In this video, I'm going to work with the admin and moderator. So for the admin, I'm going to add a field is admin in the users table and check if that is true. I'm going to give a permission to delete post to the admin user. And for the moderator, which means the user who has created the community. So if I go, I have logged in with a second user and this user has created this community. Now all the posts belong to this community. I'm going to give a permission to this user to delete. You can give permission also to edit, but I'm going to give only for delete. Okay, now let's start first with the moderator. If I go to the show page in the post, so to this one when we have the edit and delete buttons, and if I go up here, when we check, here we check if the user is logged in and then if the post data owner is true or false. So let's inspect the elements, go to the view, and inside the post data, we have the owner, which is true. Now this owner is coming from the, if I go HTTP controllers, frontend, post controller. Here we return post data from this post show resource. And the owner is here. We check if the auth ID is this user ID, is the same as this user ID. Okay. Now, because I want to give the permission also to the owner to the moderator, I'm going to make a different check here. So we need to check different for delete and different for the edit. For the edit, I'm going to give permission only to the user who has created the post. For delete, I'm going to give permission to the user who has created the post, to the user who belong this community, and to the user to the admin user. Okay, now for that, I'm going to remove this owner here. Okay, let's save, close this one. And also in the show, when we check, I'm going to remove this data owner and save for now. And if I refresh, nothing happened. We have the edit and delete, and also now we have the second one. Because right now we check only if the user is authenticated. Okay, and if I want to delete this, so I'm not the owner and I want to delete, we have this action is unauthorized because we protect with a policy. So in the backend community post controller, here we update and delete the post of this community. We say check if this authorized delete post, we can delete, otherwise we return this one. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go when inside the frontend post controller, and here I'm going to say $can update, and let's say false, and also $can delete, and let's say false for now, and add them here. So can update and can delete. Save. Let's go now to this show page, and in here, when we define the props, I'm going to add can delete. It's going to be not object, but Boolean. And the same for the can update, which is going to be Boolean. And why we don't have Boolean here? Okay. Now if I save and let's go refresh, go to the inspect. Can update and can delete is false. Now what I'm going to check here is I'm going to check if that user can update the post and can delete the post. So based on the policy, if I open the post policy, we have here the update and delete, and we check if the user ID is the same as the post user ID, and the same we have for delete. And now here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, now the post, we have new post show resource, and we need the post. I'm going to say here, $, community post is going to be equal to this post here. So let's cut this and paste inside. And now let's add the post in here. Okay, so we have the community post as an post model, and the post is now the post show resource, which is okay. Now here we can say if the auth user can, for the update, we can say can update the community post, $, community post. And let's do the same for the delete. Just change that. Okay, just change this to be delete. And if I save now and refresh, we say can delete and can update is false, because this post is not belonging to this user. And what we say here, we say if this user ID is the same as the post user ID. If I go to the post belong to this user and see here, we see both of them are true. Okay, with that, now we can say in the show page, when we check before, so here first we check if the user is logged in. Okay, next I'm going to show this link if, so say if can update. Okay, and the second one, the delete one, we can say if can delete. And now if I save and refresh, yeah, can edit and can delete. Refresh again. Now if I go to the second post, we don't see. Okay, very good. Now how we can add the owner of this community also to delete this, only to delete what I said in the first. What we can do, we can go to the post policy, and here when we check for the delete, instead of saying only return true if the user ID is the same as the post user ID, I'm going to say return true if in array the user ID And here add the post user ID or the post community user ID. So what we said here, if the user here is the authenticated user, is the post is the same as the post user ID or the same as the post community user ID, which means the community, which means the moderator. And now if I save this and come here and refresh, we need to close this one and refresh. Now we can see only the delete because we only return here, and instead in the update we say only if the user ID is the same as the post user ID. Now if you want also to give the permission to edit, you can just say something like this and you are ready to go. So if I save and refresh, as you can see, but I'm going to give permission only to delete. Okay, and now let's work with, that's it about the moderator, so we can delete the post. Now let's work with the admin. For that, I'm going to add the boolean is admin field in the user model. So let's go in the VS Code and let's open the terminal here, close this and say artisan make migration, and I'm going to say add is admin to the users table. Okay, and then run again the npm run dev, close this, and let's open now that's database migration, and here let's say $table boolean is admin, and by default is going to be false, default false. Save again, we need to run the migration again, so let's close and say artisan migrate. Okay, let's close this one now. Come here and let's log out and register a new user. I'm going to name it admin at admin.com, give it a password, and we send the email. So we need to verify the email, and I'm going to verify from here. So let's verify it. And if I log in as admin at admin.com, add the password. Yeah, we are logged in. Just now we need to change, so refresh here. We need to change the is admin to true to this one. So in the users table, refresh down there, let's change this to be 1. Now this user is admin. And how we can give permission to, so let's go here. And the same, let's go to this one. I want also to see the delete button here if the user is admin. So what we can do is very easy, just go inside the post policy here. When we check for in array user ID the same as this one, I'm going to say first check if the user is admin or in array check for this one. Now, if the user is admin, so if that boolean what we added is true, it's going to return true. Or in the array return that one. Now if I come here and refresh, okay, we need to save here. I forget to save, and now if I refresh here, we see the delete. And let's go also in the home page. We can see the delete button for the user, for the admin user on every post. Okay, friends, that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy, and now let's see you in the next one. All the best and thank you very much. Hello friends, welcome. In this video I'm going to fix some issues we have. So first I'm going to display the created out here, the same thing we have in the Reddit. So as you can see, we have 3 hours ago, and if we click, also we display that in here. So the same thing, I'm going to display the created out here, and then when we go to the post show, the same thing. The second one is, so if I go to the home page and this post is created by the second user and I am logged in as second user, if I go and read more, now we have the edit and delete button. If I click delete, we have this error because we don't added the cascade on delete on the post votes. So we need to fix that. And the third one is, if I go log out and click here, we have this error, can null, because we check for the auth user and right now I am not logged in. So we need to check first for the user, if the user is logged in, and then check for the user can update or delete the post. So let's start first with displaying the created out here. For that, I'm going to go inside the app, HTTP resources, community post resource, and here I'm going to add the created add, and it's going to be this created add, and I'm going to say div for humans and save, and let's copy this one and do the same on the post show resource. Okay, save, close. Now if I come here and inspect the element, go to the view, okay, and post data object. If I refresh, we have the created out here. Okay. Now let's go and display that created out in the JS components. We have the post card and we need to display after the username. So let's say here post dot created at. Okay. And yeah, we have 4 minutes ago, but we need to change margin to be margin MX1. And yeah, now we have 4 minutes ago. Good. Maybe let's add the on this one text to be small. And yeah, I think now it's more okay. The same thing we need to do in the pages front-end post show page. Here, when we display the username, After that, let's display also here the post data created at, save, and if I click here, we need the login. Let's log in as a test user. And yeah, we have 6 minutes ago. Good. Now let's fix that if the user is not logged in. For that, we need to go inside the app, HTTP controllers, front end, post controller. Here, when we check for the user can update or can delete, I want to check if the user is logged in. So I'm going to say auth check, and if the user is logged in, check if the user can update, otherwise say false. The same thing here. So first check if the auth check. So if the user is logged in, otherwise false. And with that now, if I go and log out, click here, yeah, we don't have error. Now the last one is the fix that if we are logged in and we need to delete this post, we have this error. For that, I'm going to change the migrations. We can delete the votes and then delete the post, but I'm going to add cascade on delete first, better in the migration. So let's go inside the comments and also in the post, but first in the comments, and I'm going to say cascade on delete, save, close, go also to the post votes, the same thing, cascade on delete, save, close. And because we are going to make the migrate fresh, I'm going to copy this when we say add isAdmin to users table and go to the user table and paste it right here. Close this one and now delete this migration. Okay. Close this and say artisan migrate fresh. Okay. And run npm run dev. Close this. Now let's open the table class and refresh. We have empty. We have this is admin. Okay, now let's create some users. Let's go first in the home page. And I'm going to create first the admin user. Admin again. Admin.com, add the password. The same thing for the confirm password. And I'm going to come here, refresh. And let's copy this and paste it here. Save. Now refresh. We are verified. Good. I want to change also the isAdmin to B1 to this one. And now let's log out and register a new user. So the test user, test.com, and the test here, and add the password. Click register. And we need also to verify the email here. So let's refresh. The same thing. Let's create a community and I'm going to say Laravel community, click store, test. Okay, let's go to Laravel and create new post. And I'm going to say first post just to have here. Create another one. Second post. And as you can see, we have now 10 seconds ago and 1 second to go. And yeah, we can update, upvote and downvote. Log out and register the second user. The same thing, we need to verify that email, but I'm going to do from here and refresh, create a community, store, go to this community and create new post, VueJS post. Okay, now let this is working. If I go here, yeah, I can comment. Okay, I can upvote. I can go back. If I go to the post I have created, so this one, I'm going to upvote and I'm going to see if I can delete that. Yeah, let's go and create first VueJS post. Okay. Now I'm going to go to the Laravel and I'm going to create a post here from second user. Log out, log in as test user. Now, if I go to the Laravel, this is created by me, by the test user, and here we have a post created by the second user. If I click here, I can see the delete, and if I click, yeah, we deleted the post. So everything working. Also, if I go log out and click here, we have that. We don't have error. So that's it about this video. I hope you enjoy and see you in the next one. All the best.